saluting both our flag and our nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, oral communication. The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action will be taken by the board. Is there any oral communication this morning?
Good morning, board and audience. I've been pressed into service today to inform you that on Friday night at the Black Oak Casino Resort, Chapter 391 and the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce will be doing a Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day recognition event. It starts at 6 o'clock in the evening. We're honoring 3 veterans from the county on their service after their service in the military, and one of them happens to be Carl Rotifer, but I don't know him. My beautiful bride, Carol, who I think you all know, has tickets available. That's the short one in the back. She has tickets available. They're $20 each, and we invite you to come on down for the food event. We have entertainment. The comedian Stephen B. will be on the dais doing his comedy, which is very clean, no blue words at all. And we have a silent auction, and we invite you to come on down and recognize the veterans, Vietnam veterans out of the county. Thank you very much.
Quick question.
Answer.
Can they buy tickets at the door, or if they don't know your lovely wife, Carol, where would they buy tickets?
They can call her cell phone, and we'll make arrangements. 768-9840.
Well, Carol.
768-9840. It's all over the county anyway, so it's not a problem. And she loves to get phone calls, and she loves to talk to people, and she loves to sell tickets to you.
All right.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, he didn't know that was coming this morning when I pressed him into service. Hi, I'm Larry Bramlett, President of Vietnam Veterans. I wanted to bring one thing to your attention. Out of the 9 events that we have this year, we're only talking to 2. And this is on April 1st, is the Vietnam Vets' first bike and car show, which is being held at the Posse Grounds out of Jamestown. And right now the sign-ups are going pretty well. So we're expecting a large crowd, and we're expecting to grow that for the county over the next couple of years. Can I give you some of these cards out? Sure.
Absolutely. And before you step away, Larry, did you say what time that was going to be at? You may
It's open to the public at 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. People that have bikes or cars and they want to show them, like Craig needs to bring his. That starts at 8 o'clock. Okay?
All right.
We have
thank
18 acres out there, so we got plenty of room for a lot of folks. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you going to give your wife's cell phone number out too? I didn't ask that.
770-1601. Now, you can go to the Vietnam Veterans 391.org website, and all the forms are there to download, register your car, register your bike. And so far I've seen everything from 1919 up to 2016. It's open to all classes, all cars. Anybody have a tank? I'd sure like to see one. Anyway, it's just open, and it's a fundraiser. That's what we do, and that's what it's all about. So it's a low-key car and bike show, okay? Thank you.
Good morning. I'm one of those lucky people. My husband doesn't know my cell phone number. He has to punch a button. And I know you guys can't address this question, but I'm wondering if at some point you might speak out about any of the current potential or the potential cuts to Meals on Wheels, if that was something that the board at some point could, issue a statement on.
And so actually we have,
No.
pardon? No.
Tangentially, they have a 130 talking on a specific use, but bringing back all the proposed cuts or things that are being discussed by the Trump administration and also the Brown administration right now, we could do something like that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, and good morning to all of the public. My name is Valerie Tulielewa, and I work with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. And we just wanted to come before you to thank you, whether you realize it or not, but you have given us permission to do an all-female cohort of a pre-apprentice construction training program in Sonora. And we wanted to let you know about what's going on because we are here as part of your area. And I know Supervisor Gray, you met with our community benefits staff last week. So I just wanted to share with you briefly that it is a collaborative model, and I have just a little flyers here. I don't know if I have permission to give that to you. It's just a couple of pictures from our first week, and then our third week when we toured Moccasin. We also have a copy of the article that was in the Union Democrat, your local newspaper, as well as we have a listing of all our collaborative partners. We felt when we came into the neighborhood that we're here, but we wanted to make sure that we spoke with all of the collaborative service providers in the area. We also want to invite you to our graduation, which is next Friday, March 31st at 10 a.m., and we look forward to perhaps doing a more formal presentation to the board, getting on the agenda correctly, and providing with you with statistics and whatever other questions you may have. So I wanted to thank you once again, and we really look forward to your partnership and to a future relationship with this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so should I have it?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Could-
Excuse me, ma'am. Yes. We had a...
I just had a quick question
Yes.
for you.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Will they be holding additional classes? I know I heard about this after it was already going, and I know of several people that would be interested in it, and I was curious if there would be additional opportunities to participate.
Wonderful. Well, we have our lead CBO community-based partnership partner here, San Joaquin County Office of Education, and she'll be able to say that. But we are definitely planning to do a next cohort.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. I am with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. My name is Zelda Saley. Myself and Ms. Tulielewa are in technical support positions with the San Francisco PUC to assist the San Joaquin County Office of Education to launch the training program that you just heard about. One of the things that I want to bring to your attention is obviously we are working with our employers, meaning those employers that are under contract with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, with work that will be ongoing for the next 10 or so years to reinforce and improve the Hetch Hetchy water and power delivery system. We have a handful of those contractors, and we need more local contractors to step up and support these women and the successive upcoming cohorts of local residents who we hope to not only gain work on public works here in the county, whether it's PUC work or Caltrans work or other public work, but private work. And the heart and soul of your community, of most of our communities, are our private contractors. And these are the entities that we really challenge to step up and support the people going through this program and successive programs. We have a very extensive partnership with Sierra Mountain Construction. They've been very, very supportive, and we expect that they will be hiring several of the people. We have a good relationship with Robert E. Boyer Construction, also a very local contractor. Hart Plumbing is also one of our contractors out in Moccasin at this very moment. We have a couple of other contractors who are in Stockton and Manteca who also will be continuing to do work up here in the mountains. We also want to bring to your attention that we're here to make our program known and get community awareness and support for the program. The women that are in the program are working very hard. They have come as referrals through many different avenues, but primarily through the Department of Probation. These women are essentially asking for a second chance to prove themselves. We look at construction as one of those areas where it's wide open, and the women are the untapped resource of the construction trades. Lastly, a venue. We have a graduation coming up in 10 days on March 31st, and we are seeking an appropriate venue to highlight and honor the women in this program and their families. So I ask you to maybe put on your thinking caps, and if you have suggestions of a possible venue that might be available, we look forward to that. Thank you very much.
A quick question. We have contact information if we have a suggestion on a venue, correct? Is there? Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sheila Goulart, and I'm with the San Joaquin County Office of Education, and I want to thank the Board of Supervisors and the public for giving me an opportunity to speak to you about this project. We began the all-female cohort on February 23rd. They will be graduating on March 31st. There are 12 females in the program right now, and they've spent 3 weeks being taught by the carpenters, 2 weeks being taught by the laborers, and a number of other trades have come in and given them presentations about different options that are available to them. When they graduate, they'll have earned 9 industry-recognized certificates, and they will be safety trained and ready to go to work. And so I'm just here to talk to you about that, to add to what Valerie and Zelda discussed, but also to talk about the next steps. We need to ID potential employers that will help with placing these young ladies, and then we also need to recruit another 20 for our next cohort. And so I have flyers and the pre-applications here that I can leave with you, and we're very interested. We're not sure of the date yet, but it should be coming up very soon, and it will not be limited to females this time. It will be a co-ed cohort. So our goal is that we'll alternate all-female with a co-ed cohort and continue to offer this training up in your area for the next 2 or 3 years. Thank you.
These guys didn't know that I was going to recruit them today. My name is Dana Reel. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. My name is Dana Reel, and I live here in Tuolumne County, and I've been on the SELPA CAC committee. That is the parent-required state I can't even think. A little out of my comfort zone. Component of SELPA for special ed in the state, and it's required for SELPA to have parent meetings. This is really close to my heart. I'm a parent of 8, a step-parent of 3 of that 8, full-time. My oldest is the sheriff. That was a good choice. My second oldest, he's a hardworking laborer and very intelligent. My third oldest is just gotten hired to be a manager, and she's doing really well, type A. My fourth is in prison for 4 years and 8 months. My fifth, she's struggling as a single mom. My sixth, type A, personality, good student, she's 16, but didn't have the choice of what she's battling now, which is POTS and dysautonomia, which is an autoimmune disease. My seventh is autistic, and he's 14. And I just want to bring your attention to April 2nd, Autism Awareness. I want you to encourage your constituents and the county to light it up blue that day, wear blue that day to support. But I want to go a little beyond that. I want to encourage the county to consider how much we interact with special needs in our community, not just autism. And a lot of these adults, students, they struggle, and the parents with them struggle. And I just want you to encourage your county that, yeah, they have special needs and they need special training or they need special help, but you know what's really special is that they need a job. They need to fit into the community. And I think this community has the heart for that. So beyond just my student, because we struggle here in Tuolumne County with state funding for autism and special needs. And a lot of the times we don't measure up, not here in this county. And I have struggled with this, even getting him diagnosed when he was 5 years old. It started when he was 3, and I hit nothing but roadblocks because I was pioneering it here in the county. There's a lot more resources in the valley. I'm not asking for more resources because we're their resource. I'm asking just support for special needs, and especially on this day, autism, to light it up blue. The whole world does this. The Empire State Building gets lit up blue. It's all over the world. So I encourage you just to tug on your heartstrings a little bit. He didn't have a choice to become autistic. My other kids had choices. My 16-year-old didn't have a choice of dysautonomia. We have choices. You had choices to be here. Are your arms getting tired? But I do want to encourage you that we live in a community with a lot of diversities, and a lot of us didn't have choices. And my son's doing the best he can at Gold Rush, and I appreciate that opportunity there because it's small and it's a small venue. He might not get everything that he needs, but it was a choice that we made because education goes on forever. But so does the workforce. They're a strong, working bunch of people when you give them encouragement. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask for board consensus to extend the public comment period, as I think we still have one or two individuals. And thank you for those comments.
Well, thank you for extending the comment period. I would like to thank you and some of your staff for opening up the Juvenile Justice Center and allowing more tours. I went by several times and the place was packed. So I thought that was really great that people took advantage of that. And then I want to thank you for the discussion that we had at the last meeting about some other vulnerable members of our population. Even though I don't think I made any changes in your thoughts, we at least had a discussion. So I would just like to add that we had a young man in our community who was having a mental health crisis, and he was arrested, and he's now over at the county jail, and he has to wait 8 weeks before he's going to get any mental health services. So that's on our tax dollars, sitting in jail, when what he really needs to do is see a mental health professional. So I would again like to ask if we could again attempt to at least get telepsychiatry up here or something to help the people in our community that need our help. And then I wasn't really happy with what I heard about the Meals on Wheels thing. So I would really like to ask that this be agendized so we could have a discussion, because the CDBG grants and Meals on Wheels are really important in our community, and I think, even though I'm usually opposed to your letter writing, we deserve at least that. Thank you.
And I think we'll see that in the very near future.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the public. My name is Randy Hanvelt, a citizen of Tuolumne County and purveyor of the Columbia College Community Chorus. This is an early warning, and mostly for you supervisors who have trouble getting to this event. I did put cards in your box, and I'll bring them next meeting. April 22nd and April 23rd, the Columbia College Community Chorus will be putting on their spring concert, which is absolutely spectacular, and you'll go away with your feet dancing and your heart singing, and what more could you ask for? I'll bring you more details on that. It'll be at St. Matthew Lutheran Church, the performance, but it's under the direction of Daryl Hollinger, who is just spectacular. He's put a great program together, and I encourage you all to come to that and enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Your cell phone number so I can call you for tickets.
I'll give you my wife's cell phone number. Would you like that? She'll shoot me. That would never.
All right. Will the clerk please read our consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held March 7th, 2017, reappointing Mark Banks to the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee, approving out-of-state travel for Supervisor Rutherford to attend the following NACO, or National Association of Counties, events: Western Interstate Region Conference, May 24th through 26th in the state of Oregon, and an annual conference, July 21st through 24th in the state of Ohio. Approving the revised Sheriff Clerk 1-2 Senior and Office Assistant, Senior Office Assistant class specification and associated reclassifications. Accepting the notice of completion of the taxiway B and C reconstruction project at Columbia Airport, and approving correspondence in support of the STEM education grant application for the Columbia College Launch Program.
Are there any items to be pulled? Is there any public comment? All right, I'll bring it back for an action.
I have public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was looking to see what was in the packet. I'm opposed to the reappointment of Mark Banks to the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee. I've been told that other people have applied for this, and he's extremely active in the state of Jefferson movement. And as a member of the public, I would prefer to have someone operating on our committees who's supportive of our county and not someone who wants to leave. Thank you.
I just wanted to let you know that I do not have any pending applications for this appointment. Otherwise, they would be on the agenda.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Move on the consent calendar. Second.
So I have a motion from Supervisor Rutherford, a second from Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, item 6.
Consideration of adopting a resolution recognizing March 30th, 2017 as Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day.
Mr. Boyack.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency. Madam Chair, it's only fitting that your board chamber is full today so these folks can participate in this proclamation. Bear with me a couple of moments. I have a story I'd like to tell you about the Vietnam War and Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day. In January of 1962, Operation Chopper marked America's first combat mission against the Viet Cong and the beginning of one of our longest and most challenging wars. 55 years later, after that fateful mission, we honor more than 3 million Americans who served. We pay tribute to those we have laid to rest. And we reaffirm the dedication to show a generation of veterans the respect and support of a very grateful nation. The Vietnam War is a story of service members of different backgrounds, colors, creeds, who came together to complete a daunting mission. It is a story of patriots who braved the line of fire, who cast themselves into harm's way to serve a friend, who fought hour after hour, day after day, to preserve the liberties that we hold dear. Thousands returned home bearing shrapnel and scars. Still, more were burdened by the invisible wounds of post-traumatic stress, Agent Orange, of memories that would never fade. More than 58,000 laid down their lives to serve this nation. Our veterans answered our country's call and served with honor. And on March 30th, 1973, the last troops left Vietnam. Today, we reaffirm one of our most fundamental obligations: to show all who have worn the uniform of the United States the respect and dignity they deserve, and to honor their sacrifice by serving them as well as they have served us. Our nation stands stronger for their service. And on Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day, we honor their proud legacy with our deepest gratitude. On Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day, we honor the immeasurable sacrifices, the contributions of our Vietnam War veterans, the contributions that they made to protect life, liberty, and happiness for every American. All veterans deserve our deepest respect May we always remember the heroism and courage of those who have served and those that continue to serve. And Madam Chair, it's with a very humble heart and deep respect that I ask your board to adopt the resolution before you today, proclaiming March 30th, 2017 as Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day.
Madam Chairman, I get emotional over this issue, so pardon me if I don't get this out too well. Our Vietnam veterans are probably the most under-respected of all our veterans. They came home, and many of them were rejected when they came home by our country. Our people spit on them. My brother served 3 tours, and he really did not feel good about that. I didn't either. When we had the Vietnam Veterans Parade here, that was so emotional for me. I have to admit there were tears running down my face, and I could do nothing but applaud. It was so moving. Our Vietnam veterans are heroes, and I believe they're unsung heroes. The least we can do is to again recognize them for their contribution. They are heroes, and so I fully support this, and I'll make a motion whenever you're ready.
Mr. Boyack, job well done. Supervisor Hanbelt, well done. You know, we're at the age that we may not have served, but we certainly, in my case, my brother, your brother, difficult times. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to ask if there's any public comment.
I'm Larry Bramlett. I am the president for Chapter 391. And first of all, I would like, I said I wasn't going to do this, for my brothers and sisters to stand that are Vietnam veterans. And in our tradition as a chapter and part of the Vietnam Veterans of America, I would like the other veterans to also stand. If you're any there. Thank you. The reason I did that is our motto is that never again will one generation of veterans forget another generation's. And that goes back to what Mr. Hanfeld talked about as a lot of us were treated when we came home. There's been a number of years where I've stood at this podium and addressed the supervisors here, and I commend you for honoring the day. For years, it didn't click in my mind why March 30th, but that's the day when we officially all came home. A lot of us are still there. We still deal with a lot of the situations that are in our minds, okay? And so the chapter has individuals realize that our oath we took as in the service never ended. To serve the country, to serve in a way that helps the community and helps other veterans. And that's what this chapter, which is the largest in California, and I think at the last count was 545, okay? And the 8th largest in the United States. So you're lucky that you got more of us than you probably need, okay? But out of that has come a lot of community outreach, veterans outreach, scholarships, which we continue to do. We've started into a period here now where we're marking the 50th anniversary for a lot of veterans that were there. I mean, for me, it's next year's a big year. I was there in 68 and 69, and which was some tough times. But even before that and after that, each has an individual story. Unfortunately, those stories, I think, are starting to fade away. We have been losing members because of the age group and that sort of thing. So I suggest that if you can, at some point, talk to a Vietnam veteran, get their personal story. It'll amaze you. As far as this community is concerned, we'll serve until the lights go out, because we are an organization at some point that will occur. One of the reasons for, and I mentioned earlier, was the car show, and that sort of thing is trying to build a legacy of something that can be turned over to the community. The vision of the chapter is that it should grow large enough to bring in revenue and tourism. And that's why we're doing it. It's not because we want to do cars and bikes. We want to raise money for the community. That's what we do. That's what we always do, and we will continue to do. So, once again, I want to thank you for the proclamation, and let me talk about it a little bit. Thank you.
Jim Grinnell, thank you very much for honoring the Vietnam veterans. Tell you a little personal story, and this rings really true with me. And I had a roommate. He was a pilot. He decided that flying an F-106 out of Tacoma wasn't very exciting, so he'd like to go to Vietnam. So he volunteered to fly a A-1E, little single-engine plane. Told me, man, it felt just like he was really flying. And it was about 6 months after he left me. You know, he went through training, got to Thailand. One day he's flying in a formation of 4. And they said that apparently his plane got hit. And you think about it, 15 seconds from being safe to splat on the ground. 2 parachutes did not open. Took him 2 weeks to find his body. Robert Darrell Gallup, my roommate. Thank you very much.
All right, supervisors. I think we all acknowledge the tremendous service that our veterans have given us, and today we're going to specifically acknowledge those that served in the Vietnam War. And it is important. I think we all have people that we know personally. I know my uncle served. I know his stories. So after we have a motion, with that recognition and also an appreciation for all of his service to veterans, I'm going to defer reading the proclamation to Supervisor Rotifer. So with that, I believe I have a motion from Supervisor Hanfeld.
You do.
Second from Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
With your indulgence, Madam Chairman, I withheld my comments until I got up here knowing I'd be here. I'm a bookend vet. I was a Vietnam vet, and I'm also a Gulf War vet. Pardon me, this isn't easy. But the difference in the reception that our Vietnam veterans got and our Gulf War veterans is stark, to say the least. Our Gulf War veterans came back to a ticker tape parade in New York. I think they had another one in Washington, D.C. Our Vietnam veterans came back to getting eggs thrown at them, spit on, sometimes beaten up, simply because they volunteered to do a job that the leadership of the country said needed to be done, and agree with it or not. That was the job they were given, and they did it to their very best ability. They didn't choose the decision. They just acted on it. And so I think it is very fitting that every year we do recognize the Vietnam veterans coming home, because we didn't do it when we had the right chance at the right time. So, and I have friends who died in the Vietnam War, and I have friends that were beaten up because of the Vietnam War. The ones that died went over there fully knowing that that was a possibility. The ones that got beaten up when they came home never expected that, okay? And as Larry already mentioned, almost everybody that was there still has a part of their psyche in that country and will always have a part of their psyche in that country. Warfare is a terrible thing, and those of us that have served know that. And when you see some of those things up close and personal, those experiences never leave you. One of the things that that I give the Vietnam era veterans credit for is the whole concept of PTSD. We used to call it battle fatigue in World War II, and you were just expected to deal with it. But the true trauma and the true lasting effects and impacts on a person's psyche of warfare weren't really acknowledged by society, and the programs were not developed until the Vietnam veterans came along. So I'm very proud to be a Vietnam veteran, and with that, I will read the resolution. If I can get my iPad going here. Well, there we go. A resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne. Whereas the Vietnam War was fought in Vietnam from 1961 to 1975 and involved North Vietnam, the Viet Cong in conflict with the United States Armed Forces, and South Vietnam, and whereas the United States became involved in Vietnam because policymakers in the United States believed that if South Vietnam fell to a communist government, then communism would spread throughout the rest of Southeast Asia. And whereas, as a result of the Gulf Tonkin incidents on August 2nd, 1964 and August 4th, 1964, Congress overwhelmingly passed the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution on August 7th of 1964, which effectively handed over war-making powers to President Johnson until such time as peace and security had returned to Vietnam. And whereas in 1965, United States Armed Forces ground combat units arrived in Vietnam, and whereas by the end of 1965, there were 80,000 United States troops in Vietnam, and by 1969, a peak of approximately 543,000 troops was reached. And whereas on January 27, 1973, the Treaty of Paris was signed, which required the release of all United States prisoners of war held in North Vietnam and the withdrawal of all United States Armed Forces from South Vietnam. And whereas on March 30th, 1973, the United States Armed Forces completed the withdrawal of combat troops from Vietnam, and whereas more than 58,000 members of the United States Armed Forces lost their lives in Vietnam, and more than 300,000 members of the armed forces were wounded, and whereas in 1982, the Vietnam Veterans Memorial was dedicated in the District of Columbia to commemorate those members of the United States Armed Forces who died or were declared missing in action in Vietnam, and whereas the Vietnam War was an extremely divisive issue among the people of the United States, and whereas members of the United States Armed Forces who served bravely and faithfully for the United States during the Vietnam War were caught upon their return home in the crossfire of public debate about the involvement of the United States in the Vietnam War, and whereas the establishment of a Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day would be an appropriate way to honor those members of the United States Armed Forces who served in Vietnam during the Vietnam War. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne does hereby recognize March 30th, 2017 as Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day as proclaimed by the President of the United States and the United States Congress. This Board of Supervisors further honors and recognizes the contributions of veterans of the armed forces who served in Vietnam. adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne on this date, 2017. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rutherford. Will the clerk please read item 7?
Consideration of approving the placement of a memorial bench in front of the Sonora Veterans Hall in honor of those who gave their lives in the Iraq and Afghanistan wars.
Mr. Richardson.
Good morning, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. Operation Mom approached the county and the Veterans Committee to place a memorial bench honoring the veterans who've lost their lives in the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. This project was brought to the Veterans Committee. It was also brought to the Historic Preservation Review Commission, and the HPRC proposed that the location of the bench be not on the Sonora Veterans lawn area, but rather on the sidewalk. We then took that to the city of Sonora, and they denied the request to put the bench on the sidewalk. So we are coming back to the Board of Supervisors as the ultimate deciding body, and with a recommendation to place the bench on the adjacent to the flagpole in front of the Sonora Veterans Hall.
Are there any questions? Is there any public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
You have one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please step forward. My apologies.
Good morning. Oh, I know. I don't speak very loud anyway, so. But good morning to all of you and to our public. My name is Pat Padavana, and I am I'm the group leader of Operation Mom. A little bit about that, and that is I have a husband who's a Vietnam vet. We have our youngest son who is also a Navy vet. Our grandson is now in the Army, just got back from Kuwait, and will be returning to South Korea later this year. So the service has been very important in my life with all my other relatives also. And when I moved here, my husband and I moved here to Tuolumne County, we saw just how important the veterans here are to our community. And I thought that was very amazing. And when I moved here, I had belonged to Operation Mom in the Bay Area for a short time before we moved. Operation Mom actually started about 1.5 to 2 years after 9/11. The two mothers who started that group, both their sons had joined. One joined the Army, one joined the Marines. They said they would never let this happen to their country again. So Operation Mom was formed. When I moved here to Tuolumne County, I knew that there had to be other parents, other families who had loved ones in the service. So I felt starting a group for Operation Mom, was the thing for me to do. I had actually wonderful support from our community, and I can't even say how much support I've had from our local veterans here. I can never thank them enough for supporting us and giving me advice and just bringing me in with them. One morning, I got a phone call, 5 o'clock. It was a mom. She said, "Pat, Bobby's gone. Bobby's gone. Bobby's gone." And that's all she could say. And, of course, that was Jennifer Repp. I spent a lot of time with her and her family. When they brought Bobby's body back, we were there at the airport. And when we brought Bobby through here, through this wonderful community that he loved so much, and all of our veterans were there, all of our community was there, it was just wonderful. So I have since made it my mission, and it has been my obsession, to make sure that family have somewhere to go to talk, so that family have somewhere to cry and to be angry. And that's how Operation Mom started here. One day I was driving home from the Bay Area, and this was last year, and it was after March 3rd, the anniversary of Bobby Rapp's passing. And I realized that with the wonderful memorials that we have all around here, I knew that we needed one for our young fallen. I had been to several other memorials, one in Calaveras County. And so I brought it up with my moms, and they agreed. They said, yes, they need to be recognized. They need to be not forgotten, not hidden on the side of a street, but in front where people can see their names. They deserve that. They signed up to serve their country voluntarily. And so we think and we feel, and with the support of our veterans, we also feel that placing a bench where the public can walk by and see the names would be the most beautiful thing that we can do for the families that have lost their loved ones and for this community. So I'm hoping that you will reconsider. If you don't, I'm sorry. But I hope that you will, because they belong here and they deserve to have their names seen every day for the service that they gave to this country. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And I knew Bobby, so I appreciate you reminding us and also reminding us of the generations that have served. Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, continuing a theme. First of all, not to be critical, because I support everything you said, but we're not here to reconsider anything. We're here to consider it. And and personally, I wholeheartedly support putting the bench where it was originally planned to be put. I appreciate the work of the Historical Preservation Review Committee, but in this case, I would overrule their recommendation, or suggest that we overrule the recommendation. It is very important. As we talked about under the Vietnam veteran portion of the agenda, we need to constantly remember in a very classy way and a very respectful way the service of all those who volunteer and potentially give their lives in service for this country. So I will move to reject the Historic Preservation Review Committee recommendation and approve the placement of the bench in its originally suggested location.
Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Rutherford, a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Will the clerk please read item 8?
This is consideration of providing staff direction regarding the action on the State of Jefferson movement.
Good morning. It's with deep respect and appreciation for our veterans, we will be shifting gears now. On March 7th, your board heard a presentation from representatives of the State of Jefferson movement as well as representative from the Keep It California movement. Your board was asked to consider future action, which could consist of officially supporting the State of Jefferson Declaration, opposing the declaration, placing the State of Jefferson Declaration on the ballot for an advisory election, and taking no position. At the conclusion of the meeting, your board directed staff to consider or investigate, rather, the options and feasibility of joining the of what it would entail for the county to join the State of Jefferson, should that ever come to pass. Your board also directed staff to look into the cost and proposed timeline for an advisory election or a special election. Just so you are aware, staff did do that, and it is approximately $75,000 would be the cost to hold an additional special election. With that kind of as the context, then staff in our office was contacted by State of Jefferson representatives who are here today to come before your board with some clarification on their position and their requests for your board, and to hopefully engage in some dialogue, and as well to get some clarification for staff from your board on what specifically you would like to see analyzed, and timelines and those kinds of things. So it's recommended here that your board provide additional direction to staff and ask any clarifying questions you may have, or hear anything that the folks from State of Jefferson here this morning would like to say to you. So thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I would like to invite 3 members of the State of Jefferson to approach us, and just because I think that there may be some questions since we were asked to relook at what direction was after our special meeting last week, or our meeting last week at the fairgrounds. So are there any questions from the board? Are we clear as to what we're being asked to rescind?
I've got just a couple of questions. Thank you for the financial information. I appreciate that we got. On the lawsuit issue, what is the potential cost to the county if we were to choose to join that lawsuit?
Supervisor, there's actually no cost to the county, and there's no expectation that your county council would be involved either. It will be picked up by a nonprofit, and so the county will bear no responsibility for any of the costs.
Thank you.
Just maybe a question for county council, a quick one. Do we assume any liability, or would there be any perceived liability in joining this?
Given the lack of information that I have about the lawsuit, that's hard to tell. That's always a concern of mine. I would certainly want to speak with your counsel so that I understand what the causes of action are, the allegations, and truly understand the cost, so that I could provide a more detailed analysis for your board.
Okay, thank you.
There's no further questions?
Madam Chair? I was just going to say, when the board's done with questions, I know that Mr. Tichenor wanted to make a statement.
Okay. Before I did you have something, Randy?
Yeah, for everybody's benefit, I think we should explain what, in fact, the lawsuit is. So perhaps we could ask them to do that.
Okay, the lawsuit does not have anything to do with Jefferson. It's not even mentioned in the case. What it has to do with representation and dilution of vote. So if you look at the period from 1879 when the number of legislators were capped at 40 and 80, that there has been no increase over time. So where once we had a senator representing a little less than 22,000 people, it's now almost 1 million. And so the court case is centered around that since we were born, when we were able to vote, and as we age, our vote continually gets diluted. And so what we seek is a redo or reboot of how the representatives are selected and the number of representatives. So if you look at the 40 million people that are in California, if we go back to some historical tenets, Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution, that nobody should be supporting or representing more than 30,000 people, there's a benchmark in history. Then you have Article the 2nd, which did not pass as the original Bill of Rights, which capped it at 1 for 60,000 when population grew. So you'll see that the entire case is centered around population growth and our inability to raise the number of representatives. And so now when you look at all the counties, especially the rural counties, we share representation all up and down the board. And Los Angeles, of the 40 senators there are, they have 15 of them. So it's basically an urban-centric split when we look at it. So the court case goes against that and tried to get us our republic back instead of pure democracy.
To that, just to clarify, because you used the term dilution of vote, okay? I've heard the discussion, apportionment of the vote. Because to me, they're different. If you go back to the Supreme Court decision, we had a true bicameral legislature, okay? And I got two questions. Well, I get one question. Is the intent of the lawsuit to try to get to a reversal of that Supreme Court decision on the population apportionment of both houses, or is it just merely to get more representatives in the legislature? And the reason I ask that is if the lawsuit is merely addressing the dilution of vote, we're going to have the same percentage in the legislature after remediation of that, assuming you win the lawsuit, as we have now. So the percentage isn't going to change if the apportionment is still based on population. So I need to understand what is it that the lawsuit is really trying to remedy.
Well, you're trying to remedy part of what you said about getting more representatives, and you'll end up with the same ratios. When you're talking the same ratios, I assume you're talking about political party preference. And if you look at you're going to whether you talk about political parties or you talk about urban, rural, it doesn't really matter. The percentages are going to be the same. True, but if you, like in Niobrara County, it was a case where the Supreme Court went against what you were talking about as Reynolds versus Sims, and they said at least every county deserves some representation, especially in the Assembly, if that's where all the budget bills originate, and you don't have a member, if you share a member among several counties, then you're not being represented, but you are being taxed.
Okay, so the remedy that you would be seeking is to have a minimum representation by county, and then the rest is apportioned by population. So if you had a situation where a county didn't have a full appropriation amount, and the easy one is Alpine, okay, then they would get a representative for their county regardless of their population.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. And so before we go on with this conversation, I want to look to County Council because there's a couple pieces here that we were asked to provide staff direction based on, I think, what our recommendation was from our March 7th meeting. And then joining this lawsuit would be a separate conversation, and I would think that we would be doing that when we look at litigation, we do that in closed session setting.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Does that preclude us from getting information in the public setting on what the nature of the lawsuit is?
No, we can certainly get that
Okay.
information,
And
but
that-
any decision would need to go to closed session, and of course, I would need a lot more information. And just to state it publicly, county council under the government code is required to defend the county. So we would be involved in at least assessing any type of lawsuit and making a recommendation to the board, which that would happen in closed session.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So I was just looking for the clarification, and I think it's important for us to ask questions and get the information that we need, but exactly what we would be taking in the way of action today. Supervisor Hanfield.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm very sympathetic about the underrepresentation of rural counties. We fight the rural counties, and the Rural Counties Association fights that issue daily in Sacramento, simply because we can't get attention. I mean, if you look at the tree mortality issue, which we talk about often, we have the counties meeting, and one of the top issues is we cannot get attention of the unaffected, actually not even just the unaffected counties, but basically the urban counties and the valley counties in this issue, and putting more state resources into the problem. So, it happens big time at the state level. 6 years ago, when they did the redistricting, and they were out doing things, both Supervisor Royce and myself testified in front of the Citizens Redistricting Committee and told them that we thought the way they were redistricting, I mean, you can call it gerrymandering, but the way they were redistricting the counties, they were taking the rural county political power away from them. We told them that our real alliances aren't north-south, but they're east-west, and that commerce flows east-west, water flows east-west, recreation is east-west, even our community college is east-west here, and that our ability to influence anything had to be east-west, not north-south. And as you see what's happened, both in the Assembly and the Senate, we have these huge districts in the mountain counties. I forget what I think Assemblymember Bigelow represents, 7 or 9, and Berry Hill has a whole bunch more. It's huge number of counties. There's only 58 counties in the state of California. So it is a serious problem that our voice isn't being heard. However, I am aware, and I haven't done enough study, but I've been talking to the rural counties people about this, and they not only mentioned the Reynolds versus Sims case, but they mentioned the case that was decided last year, Evenwell versus Abbott, and that was decided unanimously by the Supreme Court, and which basically reaffirms the case. So I'm very concerned about the differences in terms of the argument and how we can place an argument that will carry the day, if you will. I mean, I believe we clearly need to have our voice heard on issues that are rural issues, and I'm just not sure how we get there. So I am anxious to hear from my county council about, after she's had a chance to really do all this, about how we go forth.
May I address Evenwell really quickly? Evenwell was a case where they were trying to limit counting people in counties by voter and voter rolls. And the court did appropriately vote 8-0 that says, no, everybody deserves representation. So no matter how you count it, that's what goes. But the odd thing about Evenwell was, in a unanimous decision, you had 2 dissenting opinions. And there Alito and Thomas came back and said, we're interested in revisiting Reynolds and representation. You brought the wrong case. Here's the nuggets for the right case. So they're waiting for the next case about representation to come forward.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. I guess I'll make my comments now. I guess I'd just like to take the opportunity to clarify my position a little bit. Since our hearing at the fairgrounds, I've gotten an enormous amount of response from people that are opposed to this and in favor of it. And I just want to clarify how I look at this, and I think how the board does in some ways. The first thing is I'd like to thank the state of Jefferson people for bringing this forward and being conscious and careful with county resources. I agree. I think that we need to be very careful not to utilize any county resources towards this effort, and I think that's an integrity thing, and I think we don't want to take away from the important missions that we have here in the issues that we're trying to resolve, such as tree mortality in our roads and things like that. And I was very supportive of the movement, I think, probably in the way the media portrayed it, probably the most so. And I want to explain why. I don't want to be the spokesperson for the state of Jefferson, but I want to explain that in this position here, as a county supervisor, it is extremely frustrating every single day dealing with what we, how we interface with California, being a stepchild to the state of California. We're not a priority in Tuolumne County. We don't even hardly register on the radar. If you go down to Sacramento, they don't know who we are and they don't care. And when we are trying to represent our constituents in Tuolumne County, it makes it extremely difficult to not have adequate representation at the state level. And I know there are a lot of people that highly doubt the viability of the state of Jefferson, and I can understand some of those concerns, and I can agree in a lot of ways. But I think as a matter of protesting the injustice of the way that our state is put together and the way that resources are allocated, I see the nitty-gritty details. We get our big packets of information, and I see how the formulas are put together, and they're never done to favor our county. We are left scraps. And if you look at our road system, our infrastructure is falling apart. I get calls and emails every single day. I go have town hall meetings or office hours, and I hear about it over and over and over, and I have a big spiel about all the problems. And I am so frustrated that I have no recourse. I have no power. I have nothing that I can do here that changes any of that. Our water, for a century, we have been screwed in the way that water is handled, in the way natural resources are allocated. And I just want to say, however you view the state of Jefferson, it is the people that are promoting it understand the disparity, and it's nice to at least say those things, to at least identify those things and say this is a problem, and whether the solution is viable or realistic, I can understand the concerns about that, but the bottom line is that we're in such a bad position trying to deal with these big issues that face our people. And I don't want to deny that, and I don't want that to be lost in all the controversy about this whole subject. And I think the downside to supporting that is the biggest problem I see with it is it takes away from that bigger issue because of the controversy, and you get people distracted and arguing over the details. I'm very sensitive to the concerns people have. I've gotten people that are questioning how how colleges would be dealt with, healthcare. There's so many things, and I totally understand and support those concerns. But it's in a way to protest the position California puts rural counties. This is an opportunity to at least be a squeaky wheel on a platform that might get some kind of attention. So it's an extremely difficult thing in this position, trying to represent Tuolumne County.
Supervisor Gray.
Yeah, so, and that's the dilemma. We have to represent everybody. It's Mr. Baird, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
I have not given an honest review of the financial information. It came late. My internet was down, and I just looked at it a little bit. But you compiled this information. Can you just give me a little bit about your background on how this, your background as far as your ability to bring all this information together?
Absolutely. My name's Steve Baird. I live in Placer County and work for Sacramento County for the last 26 years. I'm an IT division chief. I have a bachelor's in computer science and a master's degree in financial management. So from a programming aspect, what I've done is I've collected all the information from state and county sources and some other national sources and brought them into one, it's kind of a mobile model where you can actually change some of the values and basically create your own state. So I've used stuff from the federal IRS, the information from the tax structure in California, all the county budgets, Schedule 1, including your capital improvement program, so your highest number available. So for your county, it was $178 million plus this year. And then the K through 12 comes from the California Department of Education. There we've created a pivot table, which creates what you see if you go on each of the individual tabs for the county, a balance sheet of what it costs for each of the counties separately to run their K through 12 education. And then it then carries forward to the master page. Along the top and the right-hand side, you can actually tune the different tax rates. So when you download the sheet, it says 1.01, and it's highlighted in a rose color. In programming terms, we call that an Easter egg. We embedded something in the model. And when you use 1.01, it uses the actual tax values for each county and puts that as your SPIT, or your state personal income tax. And then all the other items flow from their other sources. So brought together, you can go ahead and say, okay, if I don't want 1.01, what would it look like if I had an 8% SPIT? You hit that, and then it changes all the values throughout the model, throughout all the counties, and you would see, based on your population, your average per capita income, and then it retools that value. So you can tune it to figure out how much you would actually need to put every county in the black right away. You'd be appalled at the tax rates, and you wouldn't have those tax rates. I would say that this is a very true model, because it doesn't say that every county is in the black. They're not. Tuolumne happens to be. The state is going to have to shore up the counties that are in the red in the beginning, but we have enough money to do it. It's not going to be easy, but it only counts 5 sources of income: your property tax, state's personal income tax, federal income tax, sales tax, and gasoline tax. And so if you have a building permit, per se, it doesn't include that income. Parking tickets, it doesn't include that income. Just those 5 sources. So that's what you see here. It's kind of like a baseline income plus other sources.
Okay, thank you. I did read a little bit about your background. I just wanted to ask that question for the benefit of the public, so that people did know that these figures that are out there did come from somebody that actually probably knows what he's doing.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
You know, when we take on something like this, you know, we look at here we are now, what's going to happen in the future. And one of the problems that I struggle with this is the length of time that it's going to take to resolve all of the issues, say, if, I know we're not talking about the state of Jefferson, but if we just decide that we're going to support separation from California, do you have any feel on how long it would take to resolve all the issues that we would have between California and the state of Jefferson to get this done?
There's a roadmap, but only a fool would give you a timetable. If we had both houses of our legislature approve it and then both houses of Congress, then we would be a state. At that point, we would already have a constitution because we needed to give that to Congress in order to let us into the country as the 51st state. But we'd also have another item called Committees of Reconciliation, and that's where you have a number of experts from both sides saying, okay, how are we going to split the log on this one? Who's going to take which debt? Who's going to take which assets? So it can happen in a timely fashion, but to give a time frame would be ludicrous, and I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
So, a couple of things. And I appreciate some of the distinctions we've heard this morning, and I echo the sentiments of Supervisor Royce, actually, and especially when we see some of the supermajorities that we have seen in our recent past. And when we talk about feeling like a stepchild, when we have those supermajorities, I think we're even fall a little bit below that. But I want to open this up to public comment because we do want to hear from the public. But I also want to be very clear to my fellow board members on what the actions will be for direction to staff, and then recognizing that while we may be pulling back on the idea of the special election and some of the direction that we gave on the March 7th meeting, that we will be utilizing some resources, county resources, even if it is in direction to county council in moving us forward. And so I think we're all clear that we're not going to do this without some resources being utilized from the county. So with that, can I see a show of hands of individuals that would like to comment on this? Can you raise your hands high for me? Okay. And we don't have the timer set up. Mr. Pedro, do you have your handy? Okay. Because I see a number of hands that did go up, and we want to be able to hear from everyone. And so 3 minutes, I think, would be...
Am I going to be allowed to read that statement?
And I apologize because, so I'm going to take just a step back before we have public comment, because that really was the impetus of this discussion, was the effort to take a step back. And so actually, yes, Mr. Tichenal, before we have public comment, would you please read your statement?
Won't take long. Thank you very much. Thank you, Board, for allowing us the opportunity to be here. On behalf of the Tuolumne County State of Jefferson Committee, we would like to thank the Board and staff for the opportunity to present Jefferson movement to you and the citizens of Tuolumne County. Further, we wanted to let you know that it was never the intention of the leadership of the committee to put staff through the process of a detailed financial analysis on Jefferson's viability, when that work has already been done. Likewise, we do not want to put Tuolumne County and its taxpayers on the hook for a costly special election when those funds could and really should be used elsewhere. We will continue to keep our elected representatives on the federal, state, and local levels informed of our progress as Jefferson moves forward, and will always be available for updates and questions as needed by this board and county staff. Jefferson is a movement that requires majority support of its citizens. Through public education efforts, we have garnered significant public support already. Our movement is gaining momentum as more and more people are getting on board. We also hope to earn the support of our locally elected officials. Failure to gain that support will not deter our efforts to establish a new state where people can live free from overregulation by state agencies and restrictions on our constitutional rights. We simply offer that opportunity to this board as we move forward. Thank you.
And thank you for those comments, and I would ask if any of my fellow board members have any questions of Mr. Tichenor. All right. With that, we'd love to hear from the public.
Good morning. My name is Elaine Hagan. I'm one of Mr. Royce's constituents in Tuolumne County. It did concern me, the underrepresentation. However, as a liberal, progressive, tree-hugging environmentalist, in the state of Jefferson, I would be vastly underrepresented. I did attend the local presentation, and I was alarmed by many of the comments. It does sound as though we need better representation in Sacramento. However, I encourage squeaking rather than ripping asunder the state of California. One of Mr. Royce's constituents, not me, I would take credit for it because it's a brilliant statement, noted that the state of Jefferson wants us to become the western version of a southern state. I oppose the state of Jefferson for numerous reasons, but here are just a few. SOJ, as their literature and speaker boasts, want a state where corporations pay zero taxes. Who's going to fund the infrastructure required for that new state? Won't this invite corporations to move here, pay no taxes, with us footing all the costs? The corporations could move here, plunder our non-renewable resources, water, mineral, and very slow-growing trees. We'd have minimal income coming into the state. Who then would pay any of the fees? State of Jefferson's number one claim is to lower taxes. Who will pay for our sheriffs, CAL FIRE, our forest rangers? Our current Congressman, Tom McClintock, wants to eliminate federally funded law enforcement in national parks and forests. We would also have no CHP. We'd virtually be eliminating our law enforcement. Seems like we would be at risk for becoming a state of rampant lawlessness. Would criminal elements seek a haven here? Congressman McClintock is all about local funding and defederalized funding. We get no help from the feds. Our schools, low taxes. Pretty limited funding for our schools then. Could we attract quality teachers to teach at our sorry schools? I guess our children will need some training to care for the homes and property owners of corporations. Our current president says slash public schools, change to charter schools. How could average citizens afford those? Except for charter schools where the wealthy children could get educated. Again, no help from the feds, no help from the state of California. And my heart broke with the lady with the autistic children. I'm sorry. No funding. The comment about mental health, we probably wouldn't have funding for that. Our hospitals, clinics, doctors, health care, many people will lose funding if the new Trump care passes, with Medicare being slashed. What will happen to the people currently on Medi-Cal? Will qualified doctors or nurses even want to move here? No health care funding from the feds. Higher education, no colleges, no university systems in the state of Jefferson. Both Chico and Humboldt State are vehemently anti-state of Jefferson. Our children, poorly educated by poorly funded schools, would be paying out-of-state tuition to attend any and all colleges. I guess we'd have to fund them. One more statement. Basically, we'd end up a very poor county with minimal law enforcement, ill-cared-for seniors and children, poor quality schools, a large income gap between the haves and have-nots, no higher education, pitiful health care, crumbling bridges, failing infrastructure, virtually no environmental review processes. Mr. Royce?
I don't mean to interrupt you.
I know. One more comment. Mr. Royce, you said you wanted to attract younger families. They're not going to come here. In no uncertain terms do I support the state of Jefferson.
Thank you very much.
Myrna Doring from Jamestown. I have my major objection to the establishment of a separate state would be that it further divides us as a people. I see that happening all too much these days, and it concerns me very much. We had a lot of talk about our veterans this morning going to serve. They were rich and poor. They were Democrats and Republicans. Nobody asked. They just went. In the Second World War, people who didn't go to war, they worked in the shipyards. They grew victory gardens. They rationed sugar. They all served. And that would be my suggestion for you. When you have something to take to Sacramento, Reach out to the community to go with you, to write letters. We are a people united. Please don't divide us. Thank you.
I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for letting me speak, and this is going to be very, very brief. I am very concerned about the state of Jefferson, and I really don't want to be living in a state that's financially close to the state of Mississippi. I moved here from Orange County, California, Southern California, and I am a progressive, which is really unusual. So I'm used to living in conservative areas and living with conservative people and dealing and being able to talk back and forth. Right now, and I didn't feel represented when I lived in Orange County, nor do I feel represented living in Tuolumne County. I have a conservative representative in Congress, and that's not probably going to change because the gerrymandered lines will keep him in power, and we're not keeping him in power because there was a poll in the Union Democrat. McClintock is not supported by the majority of voters in Tuolumne County. However, these citified counties, which apparently we're very afraid of, are keeping him in power. Roseville will keep him in power. We're also represented by a conservative in the state government. I don't feel I'm representative in the county of Tuolumne. I'm concerned about the schools. We get a lot of funding for our public schools. Where will we get it in the state of Jefferson, being a very poor country? Now, I'm a homeowner in Tuolumne County, and if the state of Jefferson passes, I'm proposing to sell my house. I will not stay. I will move to California because I love California. In addition to that, our public schools get almost half their funding from the state of California. What is the state of Jefferson going to be able to provide? I was at the meeting on March 7th, and the man had a beautiful voice who represented the state of Jefferson, or the proposed state of Jefferson. And he was talking about all these counties, and I picked up a pamphlet, and I wish I had brought it, of all the counties that supported the state of Jefferson. And right now, I looked on the internet, 10 of those counties, more than 10, I think it's 12, of those county boards of supervisors have rejected it. 2 counties have had votes, and they've rejected it. So it's going to be a very mishmash kind of state. I tell you to reject it. And Mr. Royce, I'm not sure, after hearing you at both meetings, if you are really supporting the state of Jefferson. You say you're not, but when you say, well, I understand and I hear the concerns of the other side, I think you need to recuse yourself, in all fairness, to the whole county of Tuolumne.
Right.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask the rest of the speakers to please respect the time, and if you hear that, again, we want to have the opportunity to hear from everyone.
Good morning. My name is Claudia Puccinelli, and I was a special education teacher for 30 of my 34 years of teaching service in this community. I currently live in Twain Harte. My husband and I built a home back in 1989, but I built my first home here in 1979 and qualified for a low-income loan as a teacher. I'm here because I have been at some of your meetings, and I hear you say that you are very concerned about our finances. You're worried about the cost of fixing our roads. You're worried about the cost of our tree mortality problem. So I'm wondering why you're spending any time or energy on even looking at the state of Jefferson. The state of California isn't going to let you go, and you know that. I mean, there's the Cal exit, which is a great idea in my opinion, but that's never going to happen. The other 49 states need us. We're big enough to be our own country. California is big enough, and we are a blue state, which it seems to me that some of you need to pay a little bit more attention to. We are a blue state.
My name is Barry Barricchio. I live up by Twain Hart. I'm going to keep this very brief, and the first thing I'm going to bring up is we the people. There's too much rhetoric about right, left, conservative, etc. You know how the scenario plays out. We the people, all right? And I believe in my heart that the state of Jefferson stands for we the people. We're not concerned with Democrats and Republicans and conservatives and all this other rhetoric that eats up people's times and lives. The state of Jefferson wants to get down to the point of working for people. And yes, there'll be financing for schools simply because we won't be paying for bridges, bullet trains, and untold
Sir,
amounts
talk
of
to us,
freeways
please.
that are not necessary.
Thank you.
All right? Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Peter Giolito. I reside in Tuolumne. I do not have any quarrels with the proponents of the State of Jefferson movement, but I do understand what the reason behind the effort is. However, I do not believe that it will result in an outcome as hoped for because of several reasons. One, the supermajority in both the State Assembly and the State Senate, being held by Democrat members, makes it highly unlikely that there will be any support from that quarter. Two, designing a new 51-star flag will certainly be lobbied against by other 49 states, who will bear that cost. Three, numerous maps will have to be updated and software for computerized maps be developed or designed. Four, would in the new state exist enough resources to fight a large forest fire, a catastrophic flood, or enormous road repairs? 5, a big war over water would certainly end up in court at the expense of a smaller populated state. I do believe that a more likely outcome for a better representation in the state Senate would be to go back to one county, one state senator concept. This concept existed some time in the past, but for some reason not understandable to me, was abolished by the California Supreme Court. It could be solved by an amendment to the California Constitution. Look at it this way. A precedent has been set on the federal level where each state in the union, no matter how large or small, with small or large population, has 2 U.S. senators. They represent the individual states just as it should be in California, where each county should have 1 state senator representing each county at the state capitol. Our county should not spend a nickel on doing research, which should be done by the proponents, if the concept of the 51st state would succeed. I believe that Tuolumne County is represented somewhere on the state level, maybe in a rural county group, where support could be garnered to research and push for a better representation of rural counties. Too much power has been amassed by the San Diego, Los Angeles, San Jose, San Francisco, and Sacramento corridor that a change for a better representation for rural counties is a must. Maybe County Council can do some research and look at this possibility. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, and I'd like to thank all of you for serving on the Board of Supervisors. I know your position is not an easy one, and I'm glad you're here to listen to all of us. My name is Ann Leonard, and I came to this beautiful community over 40 years ago and taught in one of the local schools and also was a school administrator. I understand Mr. Royce's frustration in dealing with the state of California. However, like Elaine said there are other ways to get our message across than supporting the state of Jefferson. I agree with everything that has been said by the other people opposed to doing this. I especially disagree with spending any of our county's money on something that will not happen. And I also have a more frivolous concern with the state of Jefferson. I was born in California. I'm a California girl. I'm a traveler. Every place I go, California has a certain cachet. The state of Jefferson, the state of Jefferson is named after Thomas Jefferson. He had many enlightened ideas. One of them was not enlightened about women. And another one is he was a slaveholder for his entire life. So I would object to living in a state named Jefferson.
Thank you all for allowing us the opportunity, both pro and con, of this discussion about Jefferson. My name is Judith Scheimer Bunt, Judith McMahon Scheimer, and I'll say something about the McMahon in a minute. I went to the Jefferson meeting, and I must say I so appreciate the courage for those in favor of this movement to speak up and in what they believe and step forward in all the hard work that they have done so far. I really commend you for that. I respect their right to their opinion. I also admire the emotion and the passion in an attempt to solve this dilemma that I see and fully acknowledge fairness is needed. And I'm passionate about this county because I was born here. My mother and father were born here. My grandpa was a county assessor for many years until he died in 1933. My other grandpa built the Brownlee Sanitarium, the hospital where Yosemite Tidal parking lot now is. Both of my sons were born here in Sonora. And I've lived away for many years, and I came back to this county because I love it. I had the opportunity to travel a lot around the world in the travel business, and I came back to this county, and I love it, and I love California. And I believe the passion and the energy and the enthusiasm of those of us in the county would be better directed in other ways to solve the issue than to separate and divide California. For example, the rural RCRC. By the way, I'm a constituent of yours, Mr. Hanfeld. Power is waking people up. There wasn't one person that I heard, and I was sitting way in the back at the Jefferson meeting, who spoke against the state of Jefferson. Look at how many of us came and showed up here to let you know that we care. And we have an opposing way to work in that dilemma. And taking legal action at the governmental level seems to be very appropriate to solve what is an injustice as far as representation in those of us in rural counties where we have small population. And I encourage all of us to think creatively out of the box in cooperation, not division. And I can give you an example. I worked at Sierra Conservation Center during the Rim Fire. I was in the procurement department. I put out $60,000 a pop at food procurement for the staging areas for Vallecito and baseline conservation camps with CAL FIRE. We can't support that kind of financial
Thank you
investment.
very much. Thank you.
And I would just like to ask that you totally and thoroughly consider the issue, and that, as many of us in the county know, and our hunters,
I'm sorry
don't
for
go
interrupting.
off with your gun half-cocked.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Golden Terry, and as we talked about wars and servicemen, and we all got to stand up and say who we are and what we're from. But the thing that occurred to me at that time was, as I looked up here and I saw people serving the community, and more or less we're complaining about the problems we have. Every board of supervisors in this state and around the country have the same problem. I was listening to Mr. Royce and his frustration about having to represent a small county. And I thought, I lived in big counties. I lived in Contra Costa County, and you know what? I couldn't get out of there soon enough. So I'm sure that the Board of Supervisors of Contra Costa County have problems that, Evan, you probably wouldn't want to have yourself, okay? They have bigger problems, and one thing that brings it to my attention is I like to go to Southern California to visit my grandkids. They live down in south of L.A. Have you ever tried to get through L.A. on 5? You talk about infrastructure that is in just terrible. My whole thing is, we all have problems. We have organizations to solve them, and we have, as people, as us, we better know when we go to the polls who we're voting for, why we're voting for them, and what we expect them to do. Unless we know that, we are going to get in wars that we don't want. We are going to get in difficulties with nations that we don't want. We better know. We better know. That's my thing.
Good morning. My name is Walt Boyd. I'm a lifetime local resident, and I just wanted to present two personal viewpoints on what I'm hearing here today. First of all, the lawsuit that has been filed is not to present the state of Jefferson as an entire entity. It is merely a concept at this point that we have to solve our lack of representation. There is no fixed constitution, no fixed budgetary, no fixed infrastructure ready to be presented and jump into Jefferson. All of that it's a grassroots movement, I should say. And that is Jefferson will be developed as needed, but the lawsuit simply asks that we be given some form of representation. And we're hoping that that would be somewhere in the bicameral government system. Give us back a senator for every county or some way to put a stop to the bullet train and the water theft going from the Delta down south, all the other things that's being done that we have no say in one way or the other except to pay the bill, our share of the bill. And we have no benefit from it. And to that same end, I would say there's a lot of concern about how will Jefferson pay for anything. They'll pay for it with the same tax dollars as being paid for with right now. Our taxes go to the state of California. The state of California gives it back to us, or some of it, and we get to pay with that, and they pay the rest. If it was the state of Northern California, state of Jefferson, state of Eastern Kentucky, whatever you want to call it, The same tax dollars are in the same pool. This is not a grand solution. Jefferson will not be easy. Jefferson will simply give us a voice to rein in this runaway horse. Thank you.
Hello. I did not plan on speaking today, so I'm a little nervous. My name is Laura Lee Simonich, and I am a millennial. And my generation is highly mobile, very much so. And love us or hate us, we're also the future of industry, basically. I have lived and worked abroad internationally for years. But I am a resident of Tuolumne. I come back every few years and I visit family. And I am currently thinking of staying. And when I came back recently, I heard of the state of Jefferson for the first time. I looked at the Facebook page. I looked at the website. And I have to make a concern known that I haven't seen addressed yet. And that is that I, at this point, don't see anything in the state of Jefferson that would convince me to stay. I don't see anything in the state of Jefferson yet that would convince my generation to come to the state of Jefferson. And it's maybe it's because, like they said, there is no plan for it. But the lack of plan is also a little concerning, considering that we're also thinking of voting to become the state of Jefferson. And I just wanted to let everybody know that my generation is mobile. Perhaps part of the issue with representation could be to convince my generation to move up here and stay. Then you would get the bigger population, perhaps get the representation. I don't know how it works, really. But I just wanted to let you know that at this juncture, I don't see anything that would convince people in my age bracket to stay in the state of Jefferson. They might leave, and that wouldn't solve anybody's problems. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jim Phelan, a concerned citizen. The state of Jefferson, I think it's a really nice concept, but for the reasons it's wanted, it's not going to happen because of the urban legislatures, both in California, and I think you have to get a three-quarters percent, or not 0.75%, but 75% of the federal legislature to pass it, and I don't think that's going to happen either. What we really need is to get rid of the one-man, one-vote rule back in 1964 when Walt, Dave, and I graduated from high school that had some unintended consequences of taking our bicameral legislature in California and a lot of other states and made it a really ineffective unicameral legislature. We need to get back to the deal where at least we got a fighting chance. It's still going to be an uphill chance to fight the urban people, but at least it's not a vertical wall. If at least one house is set up on a property basis, county per se, just like the federal government, that's where I think we need to go. This county and all the rural counties in the United States have got the same issue. The urban centers are taking all the power away from us due to that one man, one vote ruling, Supreme Court ruling. Thank you.
Just wanted to add a personal thought, not as sitting at this table, but as myself. We have to look at the consequences of just supporting the status quo. If we don't do anything, it's akin to treading water in a whirlpool. Eventually, there's going to become a time of reckoning. You each have to ask yourselves, what will the state of California look like 20 years from now? Do you see anything currently that's going on that tells you that we're going to make a turn and become more of a utopia? Or are we going to be more in line for sanctuary state and Cal exit? You know, it's kind of interesting that the Brexit vote, when the British voted to exit the European Union, that happened 9 months ago. And on March 29th, they will begin, that's the trigger date, to start pulling Britain from the European Union. So in less than 9 months from the time they voted on it to actually starting to take action, I think that's very encouraging. And that's for a whole country to change their independence. So I just want to make sure that we all think about if we don't move today, if we don't start making some kind of bold decisions today, then what are we setting up for the next generation 20 years from now? And that's it.
I just want to comment that I believe the agenda item is on considering action and staff direction. And so my recommendation for action is absolutely none. I don't see any reason to waste any time or resources on this. And I say that. I went to a couple of the kind of initial State of Jefferson things just to see what they had to offer. And I heard a lot of alternative facts and statements given to their supporters that didn't ring true. And Mr. Tichenor was the only person who responded to me nicely. Everyone else got a little pissy. But anyway, so he was at least willing to give me some credit for knowing what I was talking about. But one of my concerns was that they're complaining about not having any representation, but they've never gone down the road and the avenues of getting representation within what we currently have. I mean, many of you know by the end of the Board of Supervisors meetings, it's you and me. There aren't anybody else here. When I go to the County Board of Education and we're talking about the overall educational plan for our county, it's me and the staff. You know, so I'm not seeing, and a lot of, well, before the recent election, when Matt Reed came to town or Dana Jorgensen came to town, I'd be their only visitor, or maybe one or two others. So if you're not going to explore the avenues that you have to get representation that you say you want, then how is we're going to take our little balls and go home and, you know, separate from you instead of working within the confines of what's available to you? So I kind of had a little bit of an issue with that. So I just don't see what we have to gain by wasting anybody's time and energy on this. So I would advise them to use what's available to you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Ide. I live in Columbia, and I'm a supporter of Jefferson. I had not planned on speaking today, but after listening to some of the other people, I feel compelled to. In reading the CalExit website, which is very interesting, one of the things that they talk about is what type of government would CalExit have if they seceded from the Union. And they talked about, they didn't have any particular plan, but that they wanted to move away from having a two-party system. Well, my view of California is basically we have a one-party system in California, and that is because of the urban areas that are highly populated, mostly along the coast. To reference the lady that spoke, that this is a blue state, and we better get used to it. If you look at the Electoral College map by county of the 2016 presidential election, the majority of counties in California voted for Mr. Trump, not Hillary. However, the urban areas who are highly populated, yes, they voted for Hillary. And so we were outnumbered, and so all 55 electoral votes went for Hillary. In regard to the Electoral College, it's long been my opinion that all states should prorate their electoral votes to the top two vote getters in the state. But that's aside from Jefferson. People say, well, we should fight more for more representation. Well, we already don't have any representation in the state legislature, and I don't see any way of us ever getting that because they don't want us to have any representation. That is the whole point of the state of Jefferson, is for us to have a voice. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, Board, staff, and audience, Mark Banks, thank you for allowing me to speak on this very important subject that I'm invested in, as well as, my involvement in the county. Thank you for reappointing me to your planning committee, the Airport Land Use Commission. I take every opportunity I can to try to get involved and try to help this community and serve this community wherever I can. So I take that personally. Today we had the veterans stand up. We stood up for the veterans, and those veterans stood up, and they did things for us that are so important. Paid the ultimate sacrifice. Bobby Rapp's picture is on my safe in my office that I see every single day when I go to work. So, what they have supported is the Constitution of the United States. That is what Jefferson is about. We see the state of California at this point, and it wasn't even this bad when we started our movement for the state of Jefferson for Tuolumne County. The seditious acts of asking to exit from the United States, to put in place sanctuary cities, to ignore federal law, these kind of things are the type of thing that just drive and motivate us in Jefferson to say, look, we want to put our hand up and we want to say we do not want to be a part of anything that is going to be seditious to the United States. We support that Constitution. We, in fact, have a framework for a Constitution, having 150 years of retrospect, and the California Constitution that went wrong with 500 amendments that now siphon our money through 570 agencies. We can do better. We know we can. We'd like the opportunity to show you the regulation and things that are going to be the cost-saving things that are going to be intangible are going to have to be something that we're going to have to prove to you. But the rest is already proven in the financial analysis that Mr. Baird's done. And this is a great tool for you supervisors to also use, different ways for you to look at your own budget. But it's all there. It's all laid out. We don't want to be any burden as far as doing any more financial analysis. If you want to have, if Daniel Richardson or some of the other people in the CAO's office want to take a look at that and boil some of that down, spend a minimal amount of time. But it is there. That's a great tool for you to know where we're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. I wasn't planning on speaking, but there are 2 points that I feel like somebody needs to say. I moved here 10 years ago. I've traveled the country. I showed horses. I broke colts. First of all, infrastructure here is rough. Infrastructure here is not as rough as hauling a horse trailer through northern Texas. It's just not. We have our infrastructure problems. We do. Secondly, there's a lot of talk from the people of the state of Jefferson about how California wants to secede. Not everybody in California wants to secede. I am an American, I'm a Californian, and I choose to live in Tuolumne County. And that's the way I like it to be. I also choose to raise my family here. And the idea of leaving a state with the idea for my son of leaving the state that offers so many opportunities to him because we're tired of paying taxes it's undigestible to me. He has so many opportunities in the state of California for education, for jobs, for social mobility that you don't have in a state like Kansas or the South that has a tax structure much like the one proposed from the state of Jefferson. That's it. Thank you again for giving us all the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it.
All right. One more. Is there anybody else that is going to want to speak? Okay, sir.
My name is Rich Schwarzman. Thank you for allowing us to speak this morning.
My grandparents, both maternal and paternal, were in the county of Tuolumne in the 1800s. I have very strong roots here, which is one of the things that is keeping me here, because as one of the ladies at the State of Jefferson meeting stated, while there are some fears about what's going to happen with the state of Jefferson, the fears about what the direction that we're taking currently with this state is much greater than the fear of the state of Jefferson unknowns. And the one of hundreds of items that I can mention is this legacy to Governor Brown, the bullet train. Well, we can't walk across the street to our mailbox without tripping in a pothole and worrying about spraining our ankles. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want to thank everyone that provided public comment. I'm going to look to my fellow board members. We have an 11 o'clock appointment. I would prefer giving staff direction at this time, but if it is going to be, are you prepared to have the conversation and give staff direction?
What would you do with the 11 o'clock appointment? I've got some comments I want to make.
All right, then with consensus and with the 11 o'clock appointment, we will do that at 11:15 and hopefully have a few minutes for a break. All right, Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah. First and foremost, I'm a U.S. citizen. I fought for this country, and I fought for the Constitution of the United States for 23 years. I'm also not, I wouldn't say not by choice, because I did choose to run, but I'm also a politician, regrettably. I never liked politicians before I became one. And as such, I've represented this county at the state level and the national level as a county supervisor. I am on our NACO board. I've lived in 9 separate states in my life and 13 different counties in those states, 3 of them in California, by the way. These are my observations. First of all politics is basically about centralized government or localized government. That's the basic, and it's been thus ever since the country was formed. The issues that we fight over today politically are the same issues that people fought over 250 years ago. And politics really boils down, and if you don't believe it, go take a look at the map of counties and their voting on the last election. And you can do it in other elections. It changes slightly, but not measurably. And that is that politics boils down to urban issues versus rural issues. The problem that we have in our country, that we have in our state, is that urban centers have the majority. And in a pure democracy, which our country was never conceived to be, in a pure democracy, the 51% get to tell the 49% how to live. And they can control all your rights and everything. If you don't believe it, take a look at what has happened to our Bill of Rights over the years, and our rights under that Bill of Rights. We will never get adequate representation in the state of California. Rural issues, and it has nothing to do with party politics. It's all about urban and rural issues. And I'd be okay with that. I've lived in urban areas, and they see things, rightfully so, differently than we do, When you can, like I did when I lived in Torrance, California, reach out your kitchen window and shake hands with the guy that lives next to you, reaching out of his kitchen window, it's different than it is for me right now living on 5 acres where I can barely see my neighbors, What you care about, how self-supporting you've got to be, how much government services you really need, it changes when you change venues. The problem with urban America is that they want to tell rural America how to run their lives in rural America. And if they stay away from that, okay, we would be a lot better off and we wouldn't need a state of Jefferson. For the millennial, thank you for coming. Okay, thank you very much. I wish more of you were here today. I also wish more of you were here in the county. We're trying to get affordable housing, find a way to, as Supervisor Brennan likes to remind me, make housing affordable. I don't know how to do that in a state that requires every house to have sprinklers installed and requires us to use prevailing wage that's based on the economy in Oakland here in Tuolumne County. When you start buying the property, doing all the restrictions, paying the ridiculously out of proportion prevailing wage, you do all of that stuff, there is no such thing as making housing affordable. It just isn't going to be for people that live and make the wages that are available in Tuolumne County. And if I can't do that, I cannot provide the environment for your friends that are millennials to move here. There are a lot of people that grew up here that have left. And they've left because there's no opportunities, and there's no opportunities because we can't provide the environment. So I agree with the premise. Rural counties in Northern California are grossly underrepresented in the state. And to the extent that the state of Jefferson is the only movement available that is trying to redress that, I personally support that movement, okay? And oh, by the way, for those of you that wonder how the heck we're going to be able to pay for all of this services, we only get about 75 cents on the dollar, tax dollar, back from the state. We don't get all of our tax. We are a donor county, okay? We would have more money in Tuolumne County. I don't know about the other counties, but we would have more money if we collected exactly the same taxes than we do today. And we would have control over how we spend it, not get it in some grant funding or something that carries strings attached to it. I don't support spending a lot of county resources on the state of Jefferson right now. I don't, okay, because we don't have enough money in our coffers to begin with. So I'm not prepared to give staff a whole lot of huge direction at this time. I am interested in potentially joining the lawsuit if it makes sense, okay? And I am interested in our county council at least doing the preliminary investigations to determine whether it might make sense to go a little farther. Honestly, though, here's how I feel about the state of Jefferson. If I was asked to go to the polls today and vote, first of all, I don't want to have a special election. If we're going to do a ballot measure, let's just do it in a regular election, if we're going to have one. But if I was asked to go to the polls and vote, I would vote for the state of Jefferson as a voter in this county, as a supervisor. I don't believe it's I believe what Mr. Tichenall said, basically, if I didn't misunderstand him, and that is that this needs to be a popular movement. If it is to succeed, it needs to be a popular movement. It is not for the five of us up here to decide whether the county joins the state of Jefferson. It is for all of you out there to decide, and I do believe that the right way to do that would be an election referendum. So I do support the movement, but I can't honestly, in good faith and conscience, support a lot of staff time on it. Thank you.
Supervisor Gray.
I think Supervisor Rutherford did a good job of summarizing all the different positions and where I feel we're at also. I think my early question had to do with advice from county council, and there's where I would like to if I'm going to give any direction, that's where I would like to go to. I've said it at the last meeting. I support the concept. I support the idea. But I'm also a realist, and I'm not sure how long it's going to take to get this done. And until that is refined, until I have a better understanding of that, I'm going to pat you guys on the back and say go for it. But again, we got a county to run. I don't know how we're going to do it without the state of California helping us to do it right now. So that's my comments.
Okay. Do you have anything to add, Supervisor Hanfield?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
If we did a 3-minute timer on Rutherford, we'd have been further along.
He took 8 minutes. I took 2.
Anyway, first of all, I share the comments of my colleagues and my sympathies. Mr. Tishnall, I'm going to paraphrase what I think you said, at least the way it came across to me. Because I go and I fight this battle for you every day. I don't care whether you live in District 2 or not, to get representation for Tuolumne County. By the way, a lot of the people in the state do know where Tuolumne County is because some of us do that. They may not like what we say, but they listen because we're not shrinking violets. But the problem we have is we're not getting, well, maybe they're listening, but they're not hearing. And if we do nothing, if we just sit there and say, it will never get any better, ain't it awful, I promise you that will be a self-fulfilling prophecy. So you have to do something, okay? So I share, we're not going to spend a lot of money, but I share looking into the merits of the lawsuit and making our decision on whether we think that's a viable thing to do and to get the message across. I am an American. I'll always be an American. I was born a Californian. Cal exit is the stupidest idea I've ever heard of in my entire life. Yes. I will never support Cal exit. Okay, I am sympathetic to Jefferson because Jefferson is trying to get us the representation. We need to have that dialogue. We need to have it openly. We need to have it in Sacramento too, and we need to have it seriously. So at this point, I want to give my reaction is to give direction to County Council to investigate the merits of the suit at this time. But we need to continue the dialogue.
Thank you. Supervisor Rice.
Sure. I'd like to say I agree with every word that Supervisor Rutherford said, and I think he articulated it very well. I think he's a little wiser than I am because I was
just older.
I'm a little bit half-cocked from time to time, but the reason is because I feel very strongly and I'm very emotional about it, and it's very, very important to me and this community. I think the comment that he made about the necessity for being a popular movement is very wise, and I think that's the way that it should be pursued after listening more and more and hearing concerns and opposition and all the different considerations that we need to take in this position. And I'm okay with the direction that the board is looking at to ask County Council to spend a small amount of their time to investigate for us. I think that's important to do due diligence before we take any action. And just once again, I just want to highlight the fact that this is a representation issue. And for me, it's not okay that we're not represented. So.
All right. And so I am going to wrap this up, I think. I know I am. And I want to reiterate the comments that I've heard up here at the dais because I completely agree with them. And I think when we look back to what we were debating on March 7th, it was about representation with regards to the state of Jefferson. And we, I think, said very clearly that while we may agree for a number of reasons that would need to go to a popular vote. And so staff has clear direction that we are not looking at a special election at this time, and that we would like County Council to work with the individuals on the lawsuit seeking fair representation and bring a recommendation information back to this board.
Okay, and I'm more than happy to do that. Let me just make it clear what I need in order to do that. Because all I have right now is a letter from Mike Thomas, the plaintiff, part of Citizens for Fair Representation, informing the supervisors in RCRC that they have retained highly respected and qualified attorneys who are preparing to file a lawsuit. I don't have any information on who those attorneys are. I don't have any information on actual pleadings, causes of action. So for me to do my job, I need that information. So if you want to provide the information to me and or let your attorneys know how to contact me, I'm more than happy to talk to them and do what the board has asked me to do.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and arrange that for you.
Thank you.
And I want to thank everyone that provided information for us today.
So the previous motion or board consensus was to return on the 4th, so I just want to confirm that we will not be returning on April 4th.
We will not.
Okay.
All right. With that, we will take a 10-minute break, and then we have... Oh, and I apologize. Will the clerk please read our 11 o'clock appointment?
So the 11 o'clock item is a closed session. It's Public Employee Performance Evaluation Authority Government Code Section 54971-7B1, and the title is County Council.
Do we expect to report out? Is there any public comment? All right, seeing none. Break. All right, it is 1:30, and we are going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. And I do have a report out from our closed session at 11 o'clock, which was the Public Employee Performance Evaluation on County Council. And it was unanimously discussed amongst the entire board for a very positive employee performance review. And in that conversation, that is a reflection on County Council and her entire staff and the work that they do on behalf of this Board of Supervisors, the constituents in this county, all of the departments, the JPAs, and recognizing how vital that is to all of our constituents. We wanted to make that public statement and thank them for all of their hard work. And with that, would the clerk please read our first 1:30 appointment?
This is a presentation on SB 450, the California Voters' Choice Act.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Debbie Batista. I'm the County Clerk and Auditor Controller, but today I'm talking to you as the Register of Voters, and with me is Robbie Bergstrom. He is the Election Supervisor, and we are going to kind of walk you through SB 450. We're not asking for any board action. We're kind of asking for some maybe board reaction at the end, but no action is going to be required. So recently, 3 major legislation bills have been passed which impacts elections. Senate Bill 439 that passed in 2015, Senate Bill 450, which is the one we're really going to talk about today, that passed in 2006, and Assembly Bill 1436. And then SB 450 is the California Voters Act, which gives voters more opportunity and choice and time to cast their ballots. SB 450 enables 14 authorized counties, of which we are one, on or after January 1st, 2018, to conduct any election, not just a special election, any election, as an all-mail-in ballot election, as long as certain conditions are met. Some of the changes in this new voting model are that all voters will be mailed a ballot by mail. Voters can vote at any voting center in their county, and same-day registration will be for new voters. So we're going to kind of walk you through that. These are the 14 counties that can implement SB 450 100% on or after January 1st of 2018. So kind of let's look at the voting locations and let's compare the current model and under the new legislation. As we all know, right now, the current model is that a voter would vote at any polling place, but only on Election Day and from 7 a.m. in the morning to 8 p.m. at night. And the voter needs to go to their voting place to get a proper ballot that would reflect all of the different races he or she can vote on. They can go to any other voting place and vote. They will be given a provisional ballot, and that ballot may or may not have all the races that they can have on it. Under the new legislation, we won't have polling places. Instead, we will have voting centers. And depending on which day it is, voting centers, we will have one voting centers downstairs like we always have that's open all 29 days before the election. But we will also have voting centers throughout the county that will be open anywhere from 4 days before the election to 10 days before the election. And a voter can go to, and just like they can downstairs, they can go to any voting center that they want. Their proper ballot will be there. The election worker will be able to tell them that they are ballot type number 5 or ballot type number 7, hand them the proper ballot, and the voter can vote right then and will vote on his or her races and not have to worry about that they're in the right place. So let's continue. If we look at it, the voter needs to be on the roster for the voting election worker to say, yes, Mr. Hanvelt, you can vote here because your name's right here and sign right there. Instead, the new center will be able to connect to downstairs. They will have the entire roster, all of the 32,000 voters in Tuolumne County. They will be able to tell whether or not you voted someplace else, and if you hadn't, then again, they'll look you up, say your ballot type number 5, here's ballot type number 5, please go over there and vote. Again, I think I already said it, but a voter can go to any location and get the proper ballot that they want. Currently, if they go to a polling place, they only get the ballot that's in that polling place.
Good afternoon. So looking more closely at vote-by-mail voting, in Tuolumne County, in November of 2016, 75% of voters voted by mail. And every election, the number of people who request to vote by mail increases. So let's go ahead and compare the current model for vote-by-mail voting and what differences this new legislation would make. Currently, there's two groups that automatically receive a vote-by-mail ballot by mail. Those who requested to vote by mail permanently, so they said, I no longer want to go to a polling location, I just want to vote by mail, we'll send that to them 29 days before the election. And those who live in more remote areas where a polling location has not been established, we would automatically send them a vote-by-mail ballot as well. Under the new legislation, every voter in Tuolumne County would be sent a vote-by-mail ballot. So in those areas that are remote where a polling location hasn't been established, under the current model, they would be required to vote that vote-by-mail ballot. Under the new legislation, however, they could choose to vote that vote-by-mail ballot and send it in by the mail, or they could go to the voting center. There at the voting center, they could vote the one they received already, or they could request a new ballot and vote that one, and then turn it in person. Looking at how they would drop off that ballot or how they would return that ballot, this new legislation also increases the options of how you can return the ballot. So looking at the current model, there's three ways really that you can return your vote by mail ballot. One is by mail, of course. You can come downtown to our office and return it in there, or you could return it to a polling location only on election day. Under this new model, you could return it to a vote center, which, as mentioned earlier, is open more days before the election, or you could return it to a ballot drop-off location. And this would be similar to a mailbox or a box that's located in different facilities around Tuolumne County, and you could go in there during their business hours and return the ballot.
Excuse, can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
They could no longer mail it in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Those two options are in addition to the other ones. So they can still mail it, they can still return it at our office, or they could go to a vote center or a drop-off ballot location. So in respect to registration, in Tuolumne County, over 100 new voters submitted a voter registration after the deadline, which was October 24th, 2016, for the November 2016 election. So looking under the current model, what happens is a person, if they want to register to vote for an election, has to register 15 days or more before that election. Otherwise, their registration card does not qualify. Under this new legislation, that 14 days, so in using the 2016 election, the October 25th to election day, what they could have done is they could have gone to a vote center or our office and registered and voted, and it would be considered what's called a conditional voter registration. It's conditional in the sense that we would take that registration and that ballot and double check that they're not registered in another county and that they haven't already voted, and if not, then we would accept that ballot. So as the law is written, you would, under the current model, you would only be able to do that at our office. However, because the vote centers have computer access or would have computer access, you'd be able to register and vote in any of those on election day.
Okay, now we're going to kind of talk a little bit about planning and outreach. There are a lot of requirements with this bill that we need to put some committees together. We need to justify the locations that we pick for the voting centers. Robbie's collecting a whole lot of stats on transportation areas, whether or not public transportation will meet some of these areas. You need to use a public facility to be able to have adequate parking. So we're kind of starting to do all of that. And with any change, additional outreach and planning is definitely necessary. And there's going to be committees are going to be required to come up with the different locations, which is kind of what I just said. Outreach is going to be a major component if we go down the SB 450 path. We need to educate the public and explain all of these changes. People are used to going to a polling place, are used to mailing in their ballots. So we're looking at that we would do a lot of outreach. We would use the radio. We would do social media, the newspaper. We would use some of the different organizations, some of the, like the Rotary Club and the Elks Club. We're planning, if we go down this path, to use the Chamber of Commerce newsletter, throw in a flyer so that it goes to different people. Just any way that we can put the word out, we're going to try and utilize those options. So some of the advantages of going to 450 is that the voter can choose whether he or she wants to go to a voting center, whether they want to sit and mark their ballot at home and mail it in, whether or not they want to drop off their ballot at our office, one of the voting centers, or in one of the looks like mail boxes or drop-off boxes is what they're called. It just gives a voter more opportunity. And with the computer access, it gives us the ability not to have to issue so many provisional ballots on election day, because we're going to be able to tell whether or not John or Mary have voted, and not only that John or Mary have voted in Tuolumne County, whether or not John or Mary voted in Calaveras County, because we have a statewide system. And one of the requirements that we have is that we have to be really current in going through and processing all of our ballots so that Calaveras County can also see whether or not John or Mary voted. One of the other nice things that would happen is that on election night, the 8 o'clock, I'm going ahead, he doesn't have this yet, the election night, the 8 o'clock reading of our ballots would be it for the night. So instead of staff working 17, 18 hours on election day, most of us would be going home by 9 o'clock. And we would do everything we can to process all the ballots all the way up until election day. The new voting model also gives some advantages to having the different centers. In the future, what we would like to do, once if and we put this together, is to have a mobile voting center. Some of the suggestions that the other counties had is like take for 4 or 5 hours, go to Skyline, set it up with them that they know you're coming, but we're going to be there on Wednesday from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock, and all the residents can come to us. Or we're going to be at the junction, and we're going to go to the Sheriff's Community Center and set up a mobile center, and everybody at the junction can see the big sign and come by. That's certainly not in the first election that we want to put together. I think that's a little too much to buy off, but it gives us a lot of ability to offer different ways for a voter to vote his or her ballot. So, the cost. In the long run, this is going to cost us a lot less money. In the first 2 years, probably, first couple elections, this is going to cost us more money. We're not going to save the money. And I was going to go grab it, and I didn't get it. What Colorado, which is kind of like the model this was somewhat set up from, Colorado went from over $10 a voter cost to a little less than $2 a voter cost. Once they got into the program and everybody was used to voting their ballots, dropping them off at the drop centers or coming to the voting centers. But as we were previously discussed, at least in the first couple of elections, we're going to want to do a lot of outreach. We want to send out flyers to every household at least once, if not twice, that this is happening. Don't go to your polling places. Here's the other opportunities. Here's the addresses of the voting centers. Here's the times of the voting centers, because, again, we'll have some open 10 days. We'll have one open 29 days. We'll have a couple open 10 days before the election, and we'll have a couple more open 4 days. We certainly want to have a voting center up in Groveland. We have talked with after every election, we have a debriefing with the election workers, and we talked about SB 450, and we were pleasantly surprised that most of the election workers were for it, and a lot of them were willing. I'm not sure they understand how much time they were going to work, but they were willing to do that. Some of the changes that are going to happen with the costs is we're going to go from volunteers that we pay basically about $100 a day to employees that we're going to pay not sure what, which will have no benefits, but we will still have to pay FICA on. We will have some savings because right now we have 24 facilities that we use for polling places, and we will be down to about 4. In the first couple elections, there will be additional printing costs because we're not quite sure who's going to show up at what or at one voting center, and we're going to need to make sure that there's enough of all the different types of ballots that a voter can have so that they can vote. So I really thought we were going to be after the mid-year and the 3-year. So I'm going to say this, and it's going to perhaps sound a little bit weird. What we were told was that the state will pony up some money. So far, we don't see any bill for the first 14 counties because the state really is pushing SB 450, and they want it to go into effect, and they want it to go in faster than later. And 450 is a may. It's not a shall. Even though we're listed, we do not have to implement 450 if we do not want to. So what I was going to say is that based upon what the next couple years look at, if the state doesn't pony up any money, I don't recommend that we go and do 450 because my gut, without doing a whole lot of math, is that at least the initial year is going to cost us somewhere between $40,000 and $80,000 more. So, are there any questions?
I do. The funding was, I was understood that with this bill that there was going to be funding attached to it.
And that is what Robbie and I have been to two state, because we sit on the state panel or state committee now for SB 450. And in both of the meetings that we've had, and then we also sit on a small county panel, everybody's saying there is funding happening, but there is no bill right now that has any funding. Tomorrow is our third meeting of the statewide committee, and we're hoping that somebody will talk about the funding. And certainly if there's funding, I really would and think that 450 is the way to go. And if we don't do it in 18, 20, everybody can do it in 20 except for LA. And I think pretty soon it's not going to be may, it's going to be shall. And if we can get on board ahead of time and get state money and set it up, let's do that.
So you answered my second question there. If the funding was available, then we would obviously want to get going on it right away. Couple of suggestions as far as outreach, if we go that way, and this is something that everybody gets. It's a utility bill. PG&E, your utility districts, everybody gets one of those, and if you can work out something with them to get your outreach, I think it would cost a lot less money. But
TUD and the garbage, TUD.
All the utilities.
Is on our list
Okay.
to see whether or not we could put, again, if we go down this path, to put a flyer in there.
Right.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I think this is conceptually the way to go if we can, and again, funding's an issue, obviously. I've got some technical questions that you're not going to be able to answer, but I want you to think about them going forward as to the day of registration and how do we make that a system with integrity, okay? But the bigger piece of it that I'm concerned about is, and it just doesn't have to do with this effort, it's some of the stuff that we're already doing, and certainly when we go to a statewide registration kind of database and voter tracking and all of those things, all of that's electronic, okay? And I've been concerned about this for a number of years, and I'm getting more and more concerned. But electronic security is a very tricky thing, okay? And there is no such thing as a perfect electronic security system. Any system can be hacked, and that concerns me because people with a lot of money can get into any system that they want to include online banking and a bunch of other things that I'm equally concerned about. But I am concerned as we go more and more automated, more and more vote by mail and all of that stuff. I'm concerned with the integrity of our elections process. So that's something that we ought to be thinking about and it's not something that we can control here, obviously. We're the inheritors of the state system, but it's something that when you're working with your contemporaries and everything, I'd sure like you to emphasize, because our whole form of government relies on the integrity of elections. And if we don't have that, and if we can't assure that, and there's a difference between assure and ensure, if we can't assure that, then we're in a pretty bad state.
And that topic is part of the meetings that we have, because that is high on everybody's list.
Okay, and that was really my question, got at security, and so I'm glad to hear that's part of the conversation. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, so I know you're not looking for action, but I think you've heard enough direction, and we'll wait to hear if the state actually gives you some dollars.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Will the clerk please read our second 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution allocating up to $100,000 to the Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency Food Bank Public Service and approving amendment number 7 to the agreement with ADCA.
Good afternoon, Terry Cox.
So this is a public hearing, and so I'm going to open the public hearing, and Staff report.
Right. Terry Cox, Cox Consulting. So as was read, this is Amendment 7 to the Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency, or ATCA's, existing subrecipient agreement with the county for the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG program. Okay, this specifically relates to the food bank. As it happens, the grant that is the umbrella for all of this is the Rush Creek grant. And because we had $1.5 million in payoffs, mainly from Evergreen Lodge, that came in around that time, and the state requires that all of that program income reuse money be used prior to accessing your grant funds. We had a bunch of supplemental activities that were added to the Rush Creek grant, and those included the food bank, homeless services, and Meals on Wheels. So we're nearly at the end of it. The grant will expire at the end of April. But as a result of some recent payoffs and housing loans that we had, there's going to be about another $100,000 that if we don't allocate it to one of these activities, then will be lost. We won't be able to draw it down from the state. So the $100,000 in the amendment that you have before you is mainly for equipment to use at the food bank, so a couple of vehicles and forklifts and an array of other pieces of equipment, and then additional food as well as that. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Just a clarification, it's a use it or lose it?
It is indeed, and I don't think I mentioned, I do have my regular sign-in sheet for anybody that's attending this public hearing, and written comments regarding the county's CDBG program can be addressed to the county administrative office.
Any other questions? All right, is there any public comment?
Well, I think I have a comment, but since this is a public hearing, should this be the pro and the anti and the no? Okay. So you were saying, so it's use it or lose it, and does it all have to go to ATCA? Because you also said Meals on Wheels. So that's kind of my question, because if we have to use it or lose it, could we divvy it up a little bit? Thank you.
So,
as with all things CDBG, there's sort of an involved approval process for uses of funds, and particularly adding uses of funds. And in this particular case, these types of line items were in ATCA's pre-existing subrecipient agreement, whereas they were not in Meals on Wheels. So in order to add those would have been a more prolonged process at the state, and we didn't have the time for that.
Because the timeline, does have to be used by April?
Everything has to be expended by the end of April.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for an action.
I move on staff recommendation.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can I ask if we could take 14 so our friends from Animal Control could go home?
back to work?
Yes. And I appreciate them coming back.
Okay, this is a second reading and adoption of an ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 6.04 related to animal control.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members, for taking us a little bit early. We appreciate that. We're here for the second reading and adoption of an ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 6.04 related to animal control. And we've been here twice before to discuss that ordinance and made some changes that created an agricultural kennel definition. And it's our recommendation that we go forward and approve the ordinance as it's currently written. And we're happy to take any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions? Is there any public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
Second.
Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Royce, a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Wasn't that easy?
All right. Please read number 9.
Consideration of supporting SB1 Beal and AB Frazier State Transportation Funding Package if it's amended.
Hey, Madam Chair.
Mr. Pedro.
At your last meeting, the board did discuss two major packages related to transportation funding. One was the Beal-Frazier bill, that's SB1, AB1, and the other one being AB 496. The memo goes ahead and just restates, some of the needs that supported your consideration for some kind of transportation funding bill. The only thing that I would point out that's in addition to the points that you've previously discussed is that information from NACO and RCRC. They're both saying that it is very unlikely that Secure Rural Schools is going to make it. The representative from NACO called it a very heavy lift. That's not dead, and they're still trying, but it's not likely. If that happens, and we revert to that 1908 Forestry Act, and the 25% formula goes with that, we will lose an additional $272,000 in funding, and worst case, that could happen this fiscal year, and certainly moving forward. So they're working on it, but that's the latest word there. So that just adds impetus that we really need to do something. Your board did give direction to staff to go ahead and talk to our local legislative representatives, CSAC and RCRC, about things that you would like to see considered, from constitutional provision to assurance electric powered vehicles pay their fair share of whatever comes out of this, getting a small county carve out of cap and trade money, trying to get a sort of a return to source concept built into these bills. And then there's a section with various ideas of how to stretch the money that we do get so we can just make the most efficient use of it and stretch it as far as we could. I'll just summarize the responses. I did get back detailed comments from CSAC, and they said the first 2 points on constitutional protection and electric powered vehicles paying their fair share. There's pretty good buy-in on that, and I'll speak a little bit more about the constitutional protection. The cap and trade piece, they said there's not much money in it, and they've been trying that, but not likely to go anywhere. As far as the return to source concept, that was they appreciated the comment, but said too detailed for where they're at in their negotiations right now, and also with a caution, be careful what you ask for, because last time they'd done some calculations that some counties do get back more than what they put in, and that could actually backfire on somebody. And they did not have, nor do we have that number for Tuolumne County. And then on the provisions that would look at allowing our crews to do more work, meaning less contracted work done by union workers, or setting aside for time prevailing wage and potentially CEQA, there was cautions about that could have the labor representatives up in Sacramento kind of rise up, and they've been a key part of the Fix Our Roads Coalition, and they did not want to do anything to detract from that support. And right now, the environmental community has no reason to get into this game, and they don't want to give them one, because they need every vote they can get. So that's a real quick synopsis of what I heard from them. When I met with your Transportation Ad Hoc Committee, you had set one up with Supervisors Gray and Royce, met with them on the 14th, gave them the information I had at the time, and the input that I received from CSAC, and the committee directed me to go ahead and bring this item to your board, recommending that the full board vote to formally support the Beal-Frazier, that's the SB1, AB1 transportation package, if amended, to provide constitutional protection of both the existing and the new transportation revenues contemplated in the package. And if you remember, there's been all this focus on constitutional protections on the new revenues. One of our biggest concerns have been, what about existing revenues? Because in the past, some of that money has been pulled away. What would preclude the state from, okay, we've created new revenues, but what's to stop them from pulling out the ones that we're currently receiving? Just an update. I talked to Deanne Baker with CSAC just about 30 minutes ago. The charts I'm sending now, and I'm not going to go into those too much, actually not at all, other than to say those are the packages that are on the table right now. There's the package of the SB1, AB1, and then the governor's package. They're in active negotiations with the governor's office right now, and those who remember, I think it was the I can't remember, the annual meeting this year, the meeting last year. The representatives from the legislature said we can get a bill done if the governor weighs in. And he is totally weighing in on this, and they're actively working on a compromise bill right now that's somewhere between the AB1, SB1 package and the governor's package. And they're trying to get everyone to jump on right now. And she emphasized again that April 6th deadline. They're really pushing that. And when I talked to her about the constitutional protection provision specifically, can we get a provision that would protect both sides of the revenue, existing and new? She introduced me to what is now called SCA 2, and that's Constitutional Amendment number 2, and that would cover both sides of whatever revenue is actually approved as part of this package, both existing and new. She just made a caveat that they're still working on these bills, and again with a compromise with the governor. So the composition of the revenues, the new revenues may change, but whatever comes out of that, if we were to support SB1, AB1, we should do so also supporting SCA 2, which addresses the point that your ad hoc committee had raised with me, protect both sides of the revenues.
Thank you.
That's all right.
Did not mean to interrupt.
No, that's all right. I am done. So the recommendation, if your board was willing to support the package, would be support SB1, AB1, and or in conjunction with SCA 2, which is your constitutional protection language. And according to Deanne, everyone's really coalescing around that constitutional protection.
All right. First, I would like to thank Supervisor Royce and Supervisor Gray for working on this and ask them if they have any additional comments.
Not at the moment.
Just one in general. There's no simple answer to this, and I think what we have on the table right now with Mr. Pedro's explanation makes sense in the direction that we probably should go, because we do have other supporters of that. And I will yield to Mr. Hanfield because I think he's ready to talk about that.
Okay. Supervisor Hanfield?
Yeah, we at RCRC last week, this was discussed extensively. A lot of what our Craig said earlier was said exactly the same. But there's a point I'd like to make here, and that is, one, clearly our road funding is deteriorating. It has been. It's pretty ugly, and we can't keep up. Would you agree with that, Duke?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. We can sit here and lament that we don't like taxes, and we can sit here and lament that this isn't what our preferred solution. But very frankly, the general feeling at RCRC is it's the only option. And even when, assuming this goes through, I don't think we will have sufficient funds coming out of this to do what we need to do. So it's a reality issue. We aren't a self-help county. We talked about opening that dialogue. That won't happen for some time, even if it pulls it off. But we need to fix our roads. The memo says our pavement condition index went from 46 to 36 in the last several years. I suspect after the last few months it dropped. It dropped substantially since then. This is a crisis. It's our only option.
All right. Any other questions? Is there any public comment?
I'm Duke York, Deputy Director in charge of Roads and Engineering. As Randy so eloquently stated, yes, our roads are deteriorating. This is the winter. This is a nightmare winter in terms of our road system. And I know, having talked to every one of you supervisors, that there are issues in every one of your districts. So it's across the board. We need something to help buoy up the system. There is a delay, a time delay between the passage of this legislation, assuming it moves ahead, and when that money actually comes into the county. I can't address that. Maybe Craig might know, but there is definitely a delay between the passage of this and when the money arrives. So the cavalry's coming. It just depends on how far off they are.
Thank you. So I'll bring it back to the board.
I move on staff recommendation.
That recommendation is what?
With as amended,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
And was that a second?
For
I haven't seen that. Was it SC1? Is that what you said?
SCA2.
SCA2?
Yes.
So that is an amendment to the bill? Is that correct?
It's a standalone that one refers to the other. I haven't read all this, but this is Deanne telling me that it's one points to the other, and that's where they're focusing the constitutional protections, both for existing.
So it's a separate bill?
Yeah, but it's a constitutional amendment bill. But they're kind of linked.
But it's possible that SB1 and AB1 could pass, and that could not pass.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Because it's a constitutional amendment, and my understanding is it requires 2/3 of both houses to pass.
That's what I was concerned about. I don't like the way that's set up.
So.
Neither do any of the rest of us.
If it was one vote, that's the same thing, and they're attached. But I'm reluctant to support one, just hoping the other gets through.
Well, the language I was talking about was you could support SB1 and AB1 in conjunction with SCA2.
Okay, that's my motion.
So
that's what
together,
I took it as.
together.
Yeah.
That's how I took it.
That's what I thought.
I just want language that's very, very clear.
Yeah, I'll work with council, make sure I'm saying it right.
Right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Supervisor Hanfeld.
And Madam Chair, just one point. Something that Supervisor Rotifer has mentioned a couple times. We talked a little bit about it up at the retreat. You'll notice on the charts when you have time, it shows that there is a section in there for self-help counties. And we talked about that. If we choose to do something locally, there's a reward that they're building into the state program. I'm not pushing that here today, just pointing it out because the board had expressed interest.
Thank you. All right. Item 10.
This is consideration of approving the award of an agreement for professional services to Matrix Consulting Group for consulting services for fire, first responders, and ambulance services.
Ms. Frank.
Hi, good afternoon. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. Before you, excuse me, before you today for your consideration is awarding a contract to Matrix Consulting Group for our fire, first responder, and EMS systems study. So back in December 6, 2016, your board authorized the release of this RFP. The goal of the study was to develop a plan and that provides an efficient and effective county-wide fire and first responder system that is sustainable. And that's what we wanted to get out of this study. A couple days later, on December 9th, the RFP was released. It was sent out to over 15 potential vendors. It was advertised in the local paper and, of course, posted on our website. Upon the deadline, the county received 4 proposals. We put together a review committee to review these 4 proposals, and the committee consisted of Chief Jerry McGowan, Chief Todd McNeil, Chief Paul Avalar, Clarence Team, and myself. The proposals were ranked utilizing the following criteria. We looked at each of the 4 applicants, and we looked at their qualifications and experience. We wanted to see if they had done any similar type of reports or studies. We looked at the approach and how they were going to do the scope of work. We looked at their capacity to perform that scope of work, and we looked at the cost of the proposal. Upon our initial review, the review committee narrowed it down to three of the vendors, and what we did is we asked them to please submit a copy of a study that their firm had recently done that was most similar to what we were asking for in our scope of work. And so we received those documents. The review committee went through them and selected the Matrix group to come in and to talk to us. And the Matrix firm came in, met with the steering committee, and really wanted to work with them as far as did they really understand the scope of work, the complexity that's here, and how many entities that they were going to be talking to and working with. We felt very comfortable in their responses to our questions, and at this point in time, the review committee is recommending to your board that they select the Matrix Consulting Group to do the fire and first responder and EMS system study. The cost to do the study is $69,000, and it'll be divided between the fire department and ambulance budgets. It's anticipated that we'll start the study in April, and it'll take 5 months to complete. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Is there any public comment?
Mr. Royce, Madam Chairman, members of the board, and Mr. Pedro. My name is Larry Crabtree. I'm the fire chief of the Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District, and we are here today to support this staff recommendation. We appreciate and commend your staff for all the hard work they put into this over the past few months, including answering what at some time might seem trivial questions, but their responses were quick, appropriate, and we appreciate that, and we support what you've got in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Hanfield, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 11?
Continued consideration of approving the fiscal year 2016-17 mid-year budget review and associated budgetary adjustments.
Okay, Madam Chair. Also at the last meeting, we went through the county's mid-year budget review. The two things that we said we would do when we came back today for your board to take action, one was to incorporate board direction to cover the county share of cost for storm damage in the road capital fund, and you specifically said to take that from the county contingencies, so that's what we've done in the package before you. And then also for the CAO's office to work with the auditor's office in developing the best way to adjust the budget amongst a myriad of departments in the general fund to arrive at a rebalanced budget. So I know that Mrs. Batista got it right. Mrs. Batista and Mrs. Riggs and myself have worked together to come up with a recommendation of how to go about rebalancing the budget based on that mid-year report. There's only I should say there's a very small change in the report we presented last meeting and this one, and it's less than $91,000, and it's primarily due to a coding error that we found, something that was intended to be an expense to the general fund. It had the wrong, when you get into account strings, there's an account for the general fund and there's an account for, I think it was the health fund, but anyway, showing up in the wrong fund, and it belonged to the general fund. And there's some other minor changes that were made, but the net was a total change of about $91,000. But on attachment 1, attachment, I guess I did just explain. Attachment 2 is a restated Schedule 1 that shows that the general fund, if you take out or isolate the money related to tree mortality, shows that the general fund under its own steam was going to have an imbalance of just under $469,000. And this is what we were trying to say in a different way in the report from the last meeting. So what we've done is in another schedule, it is attachment 3, is to show how we would go about balancing the general fund, and it shows all the changes that would need to be made in both appropriations and in revenue estimates for almost every cost center in the general fund. And it's just giving you the macro number of appropriation change and the macro number of revenue change. And what you would be doing is authorizing essentially Debbie and her staff to go ahead and make changes of the various line items that total those changes. And that's how we would achieve balance in the general fund. But I know of great importance to the board is what does that do to our contingencies and our ending balance? Is the contingencies, which currently sit at $938,793 in the general fund, after you take out the road capital need, and then after taking out $468,829 to balance, takes our general fund contingencies, which also happen to represent your projected ending balance, down to $375,514. So there's a lot of accounting detail I just talked about, but I guess what's really, really important in here is just to show how tight that our fund balance is going to be and how low our contingencies are going to be. And it's $91,000 roughly less than what we reported to you 2 weeks ago. There's one other chart, attachment 4, that also provides the accounting detail for all the other governmental funds and internal service funds. We provided the narrative before. Debbie and Tracy had worked this out, and I think I'm safe to say that Debbie is fine, with the accounting detail necessary to bring about balance amongst all those different funds. The other thing I would just say about this report is that there are 2 reorganizations that are mentioned in it. There's one, this goes back to your March 6th report. I'm just going to remind the board, so if you were to go ahead and approve the mid-year budget review, along with the budgetary detail and attachments 3 and 4 to your updated memo, you would also be approving some minor reorganizations, unless you chose to exclude them. One was in public health, and that's where they're looking to eliminate a program supervisor and adding a part-time nutritionist, converting a nutrition assistant to a senior nutrition assistant, and there's actual cost savings involved in that proposal. And then in behavioral health, there's a reorganization of supervisory support within the department, and this is asking for a BH program supervisor, converting a vacant BH program supervisor to a clinical manager, and the addition of a senior behavioral health worker. This reorganization will cost approximately $33,000 this fiscal year and about $101,000 next fiscal year. And there's detail that was provided in the packet at your last meeting. And they feel they have sufficient resources to cover that reorganization. So that, in a nutshell, is the update. It's just how do we get the accounting done? For these budgetary changes, the notation that your general fund contingencies and general fund balance will be less than what we reported to you 2 weeks ago. And again, just wanted to point out that you would also be approving those 2 minor reorgs.
So, thank you. Before we go to questions, I think that we have a weather event that is worthy of noting. And so I think we've been watching the rain and wind outside, and just want to announce for anyone that's listening that the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Tuolumne and western Mariposa counties, and that this tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of western Mariposa, southwestern Tuolumne, and north central Merced counties. The National Weather Service is instructing persons in these areas to take cover, move to interior rooms, and if you're in a mobile home or outdoors, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So we want our publics to be informed and safe, and you can go to My Mother Lode or your other news sources for updates. Sorry for the interruption, but that's an important announcement.
More important.
Thank you. All right. Were there any questions of the board?
Just with your wealth of experience in these things, are there any traps that or pitfalls that you see coming between now and the end of the year?
One that we talked about last time was, when are we going to get 120 open?
Okay.
Is the biggest thing on my mind. Because
Sure.
TOT is performing very well, but we have a number of lodging establishments in that corridor, and that could very well have an impact.
Okay. Okay, that's my only question. Thanks.
If 120 is a problem, I think we have additional problems, maybe not of that magnitude, but Beardsley's got some major road issues, and other places up country do. I'm sure Duke is fully aware of all those. Cottonwood is shut down, and who knows when that'll get fixed. I think we have severe challenges coming forth. How much of that will hit us this fiscal year is not clear, but it's certainly going to hit us big next year unless it gets fixed, and some of that isn't going to get fixed.
Yeah, I think I've been told Cottonwood probably won't open this year at all, and I think people underestimate the use of that road.
We do
quite a bit
for both tourism and commerce.
And commerce, yeah.
I think, though, one of the things that we have going on, if I'm timing correct, are we going to be working on Buchanan Mine Road this year? So
that's a conversation that we're having aside from here, that staff is working on.
that could
That might
they could
have
work.
some opportunity. We don't know yet.
You can always come through Groveland with your logs.
Well, but I left one out. Evergreen Road has a big threat on it, too.
So I think the takeaway is that we have a lot of road issues, both on our federal partners piece and some of our own roads, and they're going to have tremendous impacts potentially to TOT. And then I think we also need to be considering with those closures, that means that we're going to be concentrating a lot of our recreating public in other smaller parts of our county. That will also have potential implications. So, but are there any other questions of this presentation? Mr. Pedro?
I just want to add, too, because a couple things, I mentioned one already, but just to say it again, if Secure Rural Schools doesn't, pass, we'll feel that, and my understanding is we could feel it this fiscal year, so we need to brace for that. And I have spoken to Mr. Gonzalez about that. What could we do to, preserve things within the road fund? Hope they can get it through. They've attached bills like that to all kinds of things. I think the last one I remember, they called it the helium bill. When they attached to that, because they have to find a way to, under Congress's rules, they have to have a way to pay for it. So they have to find some mechanism. And I think that's the only one this fiscal year. I'm confident enough, I think I reported last time, that under PILT, I've heard from every contact I have is that's going to be connected to a continuing resolution, a heck of a way to budget. Maybe we'll get a budget this coming year for the first time in years.
April 28th is the date.
Yeah, but I've been assured that they do have funding, and I guess there's two vehicles that they've worked on. It's in both. It should be at least the level of what we've budgeted. Potentially, if they were to fully fund, it'd be 6% more. So I've been told to relax. That one is is pretty much in the bag because they have to pass the CR, and it's in both vehicles. I don't know how that all works.
I was told that if it passed by continuing resolution, that we should not expect an increase that we got last year.
I'll be happy with that.
And one of the problems with secure rural schools, I think, is that that's a 2-year bill. We're trying to fix 2 years, right?
We're trying to fix
Yeah.
2 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is there any public comment? All right, I'll bring it back to the board.
Can I make one more comment? And that the comment really is that we've heard all the risks and you aren't seeing any upside. I just think that's important that we all pay attention to that. Our staff pays attention to that. There is no room for error here, and so we can't be how shall I say, unobservant. Pay attention and watch our dollars and cents.
Well,
that's all we can do.
And I think the big picture for the public is our road fund, and we don't know how much, but our road fund just got an order of magnitude worse. Okay, with the winter rains and everything, I'm pretty certain we don't even know how bad it's going to be by the end of this whole thing. So bear with us on the potholes.
Amen.
All right, so I do need an action.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the 2016-17 mid-year budget review.
Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 12?
Consideration of accepting the baseline fiscal year 2017-18 through fiscal year 2019-2020 multi-year budget forecast and providing staff direction on preparation of the modified fiscal year 2017 through 18 through fiscal year 2019-2020 multi-year budget forecast.
Mr. Pedro.
Okay, Madam Chair and members of the board, apologize for the lateness of getting this out to you. I know I gave you a primer of it this weekend, but this is the formal report just did get here today. So once again, I'm only going to present this information. I'm not asking for any action of the board today. We'll bring it back at the next meeting, so there's adequate time for everyone to study it, consider it, and comment again the next meeting. But the baseline multi-year budget forecast has been completed and provided to you. As your board knows, the baseline multi-year reviews is a tool with an assumption that we're trying to figure out what it's based on existing staff and programs at tomorrow's costs and revenues. We also include in a baseline any major financial commitments that have already been made by the board, such as your major IT systems, completion and operation of the juvenile detention facility and new jail, and implementation of bargaining agreements. And again, the purpose of these forecasts, it's not a budget, it is a forecast. Budgets are much more finely tuned. But the forecast is to give your board an idea of what is on the budget horizon over the next 3 years. Normally what we would do is after you do a baseline, we give you the baseline report. Your board typically gives us guidance on, hey, we'd like to see you change these assumptions, add or take away these things, and come back with a modified multi-year report, so you could take a look at how those things change, the look of our forecast, and that's followed by the board giving us strategic direction on how to develop the coming year's budget. This report is different than the last few reports, and the reasons are that some of the numbers are not particularly rosy. So staff is actually recommending that we dispense with our normal budget process and discuss some remedial actions this year and appropriate instructions for development of next year's budget during your April 4 meeting. And I again want to remind everyone that this is not a budget. It is a forecast. The forecasts are put together using I'm going to call it, because comparatively it's true, it's a crude spreadsheet process. Literally hundreds of spreadsheets are used in doing this. The county's budget system, it's an Oracle-based system where we pull from our actual HR system. We identify individuals, every precise bit of pay that someone gets that can be preloaded with any bargaining changes and things like that. And even when you enter in your revenues and expenses, it's all totaled up nicely. You get good, consistent, accurate results. Spreadsheets, by design, open up opportunities for errors. Every cell is an opportunity for that. Every computation can be. I'm not trying to discredit the forecast saying, well, are you saying it's no good? I'm not saying that at all. It's just that it's not as precise, as a budget. It should also be noted that no effort has been made to trim or otherwise balance the raw department requests reflected in the forecast. In a budget, we'll go through with a fine-tooth comb all the different department requests, the recommended revenues, the requested expenditures, and we go through those and take a lot of time in conjunction with the departments in trimming things up or adding to, and that could be both an expense or revenues. In this case, we just pretty much take what the departments give us. We do go through looking for some bogeys, if you will, that are something, hey, this doesn't belong here, or somebody slipped a digit and added a zero where they didn't intend to. But we don't have time to go through detailed budgeting for 3 years worth of budget at this level. So it has not been honed to that point. But regardless of any roughness or padding in the forecast numbers, the magnitude of the problems presented suggests that significant adjustments will be needed to deliver a balanced budget next fiscal year. So there are two spreadsheets that are provided with this packet that I'll be bless you, referring to. One refers on. Yeah, I'm allergic to this too. One is specific to the general fund, and the other is one that outlines a number of funds. Now, let me begin with the general fund. The forecast for the general fund indicates a potential deficit of up to $5.8 million next year, and getting worse in the future years as labor agreements are implemented, PERS rates rise, and the new jail comes online. And so how do you get to a potential, $5.8 million problem in the general fund? And I really want to go slow here because this is really important to understand, because even when I first started seeing these numbers, I'm going, how is that possible? How could that sneak up on us? The budget equation is pretty simple. You have a beginning balance, a carryover from the prior year. You have additional revenues, and you take that's your total resources, and subtract your expenses, and hopefully got a positive balance at the end. It really is not much more complicated than that, other than there's a lot of numbers that build it. But in your beginning balance, one of the county's longtime policies has been not to use one-time revenues, such as fund balances, to support ongoing costs, particularly in the county's general fund. Historically, we've almost always used, well, in recent times, $1 million of carryover just to reestablish our contingencies. One of the reasons we've been able to do it is usually we've been able to preserve our contingencies, and the money's sitting there. And that's been pretty easy. And then we've used remaining dollars to pay for one-time projects, capital building projects, or we had a good run for a time of actually doing some road improvement projects, some resurfacings and things like that. But in recent years, in the face of a series of large carryover fund balances, our budgets have progressively relied on larger amounts of fund balance to cover the cost of ongoing operational costs. And at the same time, we've employed budget strategies to tighten operating budgets so as to avoid such large carryover balances. And then this year, we also added to the stress of the budget a bit when we did implement our labor agreements this year. We hadn't planned on starting mid-year this year, but we did approve some that started in the middle of the year, which added a little bit more pressure to this year's budget, and is also one of the reasons why our balance went down, and I'll get to that. But I want to camp here for a minute because I know this has been a big, important part of our discussions over the years is, okay, Craig, we hear you, don't take one-time money and use it for ongoing expense, and we agree. However, if you continually have large carryover balances, is that truly one-time money? and thus we've tapped it a little bit. But at the same time, the board has said, hey, can we go in and take some strategies? Where is that pretty regular overage coming from? Where are we not spending all the money that we are getting, or is there a revenue that we're underestimating? And so what we've done, and this is a good thing, we've tried to tighten down the budget. So, we have people that are actually, we don't give them more appropriation expenditure authority than what they need, and make sure our revenue estimates are as good as they possibly can, which we've always striven for. But in tightening down the budget, the way I thought about it, it's like, we have, what do you call that when you've squozed, got the last drop of blood, out of the turnip or whatever. When we've tightened the budget that tight, which is a good thing to do, at some point that's going to catch up with you as far as what comes out by way of ending balance. We're preparing a budget that is close to reality as we possibly can, and at some point you've got to expect then you're not going to have as much carryover, in the future. Well, we are there. The last couple of years, it kind of belied logic because we kept squeezing that thing down, but yet we are still having the big balances. But this year, we've arrived. This is where we've crossed. We've squozen this turnip as tight as we can and got the budget as tight as we can. And as you just saw in your mid-year budget report, we're looking at only a $375,000 carryover. That's based on live information that is using our budget system in a lot of meetings with departments. We are going to have a year-end budget review, which uses 9 months of data, and we'll refine that. And I do anticipate, because usually as people get close to the end of the year, they can better predict the revenues, they can better predict their expenses, and we can tighten up on those estimates, year-end estimates, all the more. And I do think that fund balance will improve, but I think we'll be very, very lucky if we can get enough fund balance to basically repatriate, restore our contingencies, in the coming year. But this is really important because, what we're talking about, just to put numbers to it, is we used about $3.3 million in fund balance in constructing this year's budget to cover restoration of contingencies, which were budgeted at about $1,012,000, pure operational cost at $1,275,000, and then ongoing debt service requirements and annual maintenance work, in our county capital fund. And there's more in the capital fund than that, but those are some of the big ones. And that was $1,034,000. So all told, we're talking roughly about $3.3 million of beginning balance that was available at the end of last year that we used in that fashion. Your mid-year budget review report is saying, $375,000, and some change. Again, if the year-end report is accurate, we've squozed that turnip. We aren't going to have that money, and there's no creating a new revenue source to take its place. It's just one of those pieces of the equation, and the beginning number is not going to be what it has been. So I think we've done what we needed to do, but unfortunately it means we just aren't going to have that revenue available. If you call it revenue, it's a resource to help fund things moving forward. So that's really important. If you look at your revenue component, the county's general revenues, which are, when I say general revenues, what do you mean, Craig? That's your property tax, sales tax, and TOT. Based on the last meeting we had with our revenue team, based on the estimates that they gave us, that's looking really good. Probably one of the best patterns I've seen in years, where we're adding about $1.4 million a year each year of the 3-year forecast, and that's great. I've seen a lot better in the past, but given what we've seen coming through the Great Recession, this is good. It's good and steady, and it shows that we're doing well as far as our general revenues. But in contrast, what we found in the forecast, and again, this is a forecast, not a budget, so we haven't worked this yet, but we found that department revenues are showing an overall reduction of $1.5 million. And I don't know that I've seen that before, unless it was tied specific to a project. There's some money in there, I know, it's a grant and there's an offsetting expense, to it, so I don't worry about that so much. But to see our general department revenues, which also include things like user fees, state and federal, dollars and so forth, those have gone down by 1.5 million, and we have not yet had time to go back and analyze that as if we would in the budget.
Yeah, just a comment, and understand you haven't had that time. That would be very interesting information. Where's our fall off in county revenues coming from? And specifically, is it what I would call a one-time fall off? For instance, maybe it has to do with TGH finally going away completely. I don't know, but something that has happened this year or finally taken effect this next year or whatever, or is it something that is indicative of a trend that's going to continue over time?
Right. Absolutely. But the summary of this thing is that instead of seeing an expected combined growth in our revenues, between our general revenues and our departmental revenues, which I would normally be looking for something like about a $2 million increase, somewhere in there. The forecast is essentially showing that the growth, showing no growth, with the declines in department revenues negating the growth in our general revenues. So we definitely need to dig into that. I was talking with department heads on Friday as we were pulling this thing together and asking them all to go back and take a look at those revenues. And again, if it's an offset expense reduction, no worries. But if it's an ongoing revenue that we've seen in the past and been depending upon, let's go find out what happened. And I know some examples in one department. It's not so much a reduction as there's no growth. But in fairness, that department, it's a relatively new department head, and their finance officer is no longer with us right now. And so we're going to have to come around them and help them through that. And I was talking to an assistant department head just before lunch, commenting about there have been some drop-offs in some of the federal reimbursements that they've received. Still having the expense, but losing the revenue, and those are things that we can talk about for sure as we go forward. But then you get to your expense, and we're talking an increase, something on the order of $2.9 million in a myriad of department line items, with the single biggest area of increase occurring in the area of personnel. As the board knows, we've had increases in state-directed PERS, group insurance charges related to the Affordable Care Act, and implementation of our new labor agreements. Again, those ongoing costs would usually be covered by increases in ongoing revenues and department revenues. However, we've got that revenue dilemma that I just mentioned. Just back to the use of a spreadsheet rather than using our Oracle budget system, again, that pulls from HR and then does all this calculation in the area of HR personnel cost. It's very complicated. Your board knows fully well how complicated it was with all the different things that we were touching this year. It makes you wonder, with doing this work on spreadsheets for every single department and then pulling that together, could there be some errors in there? We've asked that, and I believe that there likely are some, but I also feel that we had a really good team working on that to try and proof it. And anyway, the members of that team are in the memo. Don't want to put them on the spot. Actually, I'd want to thank them. But spent a lot of time doing the best job they could do, to try and proof those numbers. But to the extent errors are contained in that forecast related to salary and benefit cost, they will be eliminated when any errors that may be there, would be eliminated when we begin actual budget preparation using our Oracle system. So we'll all feel better once we calculate it using the system. But order of magnitude, with the amount of scrutiny that's been given to it and the people that have done it, I think order of magnitude, we've probably got our hands around it. There could be some good news, or, like I was talking to Debbie about, it could go the other way a little bit, but it should be about right. And then just mention again that the forecast expenses entered by departments have been reviewed but not yet trimmed, as normally would be done if we are preparing an actual budget. Therefore, I do see opportunity. If we were treating this like a budget, there are things that I see in there from a budgeting eye that I would normally go in and question, if not just take out. So there's some room for reducing, these expenses. So that is the general fund. Maybe I should stop there before I move on to the others, if there's any questions
Are
on
there any
that.
questions? Supervisor Hanfeld?
Well, you didn't talk much about the threats against the general fund. And, I mean, the one that is right up there in front at both CSAC and RCRC is IHSS.
IHSS is, it could be a general fund. In the long term, it's an immediate impact on the health or social services.
I understand, but everybody believes it's a general fund impact.
Yeah.
And that's huge.
Well, it could be, and arguably, well, could be. PILT, I've mentioned last time, what we were just talking about here. I don't fully understand the Trump administration proposal, but what it referred to was a 10-year rolling average. And so I went back and I looked back 10 years ago to 2006-07, and then took all the actuals all the way up to the current year, which is an estimate. Right now we're estimated to get about $2.2 million. If you take that 10-year average, it would drop it down to about 1.7. So that'd be a $500,000 hit if that happened. I was asking, since I had Deanna on the phone and she's in touch with a lot of stuff from CSAC, said, do you have any idea if that kind of thing has legs in Washington? And she, it's unfair to ask her, but she's pretty linked in, and she does not know. There's no experience with the new president and the Congress right now. But if that happened, $500,000 that's a lot of money. So that's a significant threat.
You crafted a new term, squoze. I didn't realize that was the past tense of squeeze. But I think it's clear that regardless of whether we find errors in spreadsheets, and oh, by the way, errors in spreadsheets work on the plus side and the minus side, so there's no guarantee that we're going to squoze some more out of spreadsheets. I think it's incumbent, and I hope all of our department heads are listening, any money that we can squoze out of this year's budget is money that we'll be able to put to next year's budget. And so I would encourage everybody to even be more than the normal scrutinizing of their expenditures this year, so we can do what we can. This is not a insignificant hurdle to climb. I know you're good at it, and I have all the confidence in the world in your potential, as Supervisor Hanvelt's wife would tell him. But this is a problem that's going to take, and I'm not being alarmist, we've got a good staff, but it's going to take a lot of hard work on everybody's part and cooperation and all of the things that we do all the time in Tuolumne County. But this is going to take a little bit more than normal to get through this. So, again, squeeze it this year.
Yeah, squeeze is going to be used, what, in the present tense or the
whatever.
future tense?
Yeah, squeezed,
I
think, is the
But,
past.
technical terms. They keep a list of Craig's sayings in the office. No, but it is serious. But I played with all kinds of things, based on experience, which, what that's worth. But I could see us, without getting too worked up, but doing more detailed review, fund balance improving as things, tighten at the end of this year, finding revenues that should be adjusted upwards, so forth. Fine tuning the expenses. I could see that number, drop without doing too extensive work, more into the $3 to $4 million range. I mentioned that later in the report, but I don't know until we actually start building a budget and sitting down with people and going through it. I just don't know, how that's going to end. But that's also one of the useful things of doing a forecast, is we can at least see it coming as we move into this process.
Do you remember what 17-18 was forecast to be last year when we were talking about it being 2 years out?
No.
That would be interesting. That would be interesting to go back, because I didn't do that.
Right. Okay, so moving on, on the second chart, you have the road fund shortfall. It's the last piece in your report. You have the road fund projected fire fund shortfall, health, behavioral health, and social services. In the road fund, I don't know that we need to say a whole lot more. It's mainly a revenue problem. But what it's showing is this coming year we could be down by $1.2 million, and it progressively gets worse as we move forward. This particular year, looking at how those numbers were developed, there'd be a non-recurrence of the prior year's $695,000 unencumbered beginning fund balance. And then there's, of course, I remember talking about this. We were hoping that there'd be a transportation package, and we're trying to bridge to get to the solution, as Duke is saying, but when. So even if this package passes, how soon, and I don't know yet. But that's a good point, because it's going to take time to pass the bill to get the revenues, starting and building up. But we knew we'd need that fund balance just to keep the effort moving forward and also bridge to that day. And then this is one of those, it is what it is, $300,000 increase in what's called the A87. That refers to federal circular A87, administrative overhead charges. Those are a couple of the big contributors in that first year. But like this says, there is no magic. The road fund needs new revenues, and hopefully the board's action just a bit ago and what happens up in Sacramento will bear fruit. And again, there's that admonition in there about what could happen if secure rural schools doesn't happen. So that's not a lot of real new news. I'd almost put fire in the same category. This is a similar kind of trend. It's showing us having a slight problem in the coming fiscal year of about $179,000. I'm not overly concerned about that, making adjustments to cover that. But we also can't keep addressing our long-term requirements by deferring them, like our capital replacements. One engine can be in the 350 to 500 realm, and they need them. And we do have just growing costs in relation to our contract, with CAL FIRE. But it is also our hope, another thing you acted on today, is that the fire first responder and ambulance system study that you just approved, that will bear fruit and some recommendations that will be helpful in addressing this. And there are similar issues with some of our local fire departments. Hopefully that study will come up with some good solutions for us. In the health fund, you're seeing in here that we will be okay in the health fund in the first year, looking pretty healthy. And then you're seeing it drop by about $700,000, but still a positive balance. And then it starts to go negative by about 1.6, round numbers. And there's a lot of things in there, but the big drivers of that is the health fund is absorbing the growing medical cost responsibilities related to the new juvenile facility, and then the opening of the new jail, where we'll go from the juvenile center, a population of only around 10 youth, the jail going from somewhere around 140-ish people in the current jail to potentially up to 230 people. So that's a lot more lives that we need to provide health care for. And then you can start to see, as these programs come online, you can see these costs, and that's where Ann's sitting back there, crying uncle, and still wants to have a public health program for the rest of the citizens, and not direct all her resources towards health care for folks in our juvenile detention facility or the new jail. So that's one that we have time to work on, but not too much time. You can see it starting to happen. Juvenile's going to start sometime before the end of this fiscal year, and it'll be full year next year. And then you'll really see that jail coming on board. I think we're thinking, is Mo back in there? I think it's January, February. Oh, Bill's back there. January, February of 19. Something like that would start coming on. And behavioral health, again, you're seeing primarily positive numbers throughout the forecast period, but there's a trend that's not good. You can see a trend of expenses exceeding revenues by between $300,000 to $400,000 per year, and using fund balance to cover it. and that's not a good trend. You can't keep spending more than you take in, but I'm confident that Ms. Connolly, working with the staff there, can bring about miracles and get that all balanced out. Again, a benefit of being able to look at these things coming and make adjustments moving forward. In social services, now here's where your IHSS comes in. They have a good, healthy fund balance right now, but you can start to see that in the second year of the forecast and then deepening in the third year are problems. We go from about a 700,000 positive ending balance in 17-18 to a negative balance of 562,000-ish to a negative balance in 1920 of about 1.8 million. And I know the primary driver of this is assuming that the state's going to do what the Department of Finance said they're going to do, and they're going to move to a different way of shifting cost our way, and those are big numbers in IHSS that are going to hit us. And while that's going to hit social services, they can't go negative, and that's where it could come back on the general fund in the future.
Yeah, I would like to know from Health and Human Services and also County Council at some point in the not immediate but near future what the county's obligations, options, and recourse, and also our liability on this issue is. Because honestly, I have a real hard time understanding how the state can force us to take money out of our general fund to cover money this is an unfunded liability as far as I'm concerned. And I would really like to know what possibilities are out there, because we don't have enough general fund to do our general fund business and do our roads and do this. I'm sorry. It's just, to me, we've got to have an option to control the increased expenses through decisions on program size, program tempo, and those kinds of things.
And so I just want to say that this conversation is going on in a very large way at CSAC, because this is an issue that is hitting every single county. And so those very questions are being asked, and they are exploring a full range of options. And so I just would...
I'll wait with bated breath.
Yes. I believe that we will be getting a lot of direction in the near term with regards to this issue.
I think the last publication from CSAC said the governor is making this a top priority.
Top priority, yes.
And working with CSAC and others to try and get it resolved. But I know it goes back all the way back to 91, 92 realignment, and there's complications as far as taking legal action related to a poison pill element that was put in back in 91, 92. If you sue, the whole thing blows up, and they reconstruct how we are funded for Health and Human Services. Ann might be able to speak more to that if you'd like her to come up.
I don't need the answer now. I just, as this gets closer to reality, this county cannot afford to absorb that. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah.
And so we need to know what our options are.
I don't mean to digress, but it ties to when the lady that got up this morning asked about Meals on Wheels, I think it was. That ties to the CDBG, program. And I'm going back then to these impacts from other levels of government. We already mentioned a bunch. Just PILT, Secure Rural Schools from the federal government, CDBG. While that doesn't it can have an indirect impact on the general fund, because we also do get some administrative offset, for what Mo does. That's helping to fund part of one position in my office. I don't know if Deb gets any piece of that. No. But we do that helps offset some things, but more importantly, the programs, the services and the infrastructure that we get with that is huge. I was thinking about that. Some of these things like IHSS and others, we've talked about them one at a time. But it may be something that we talk about both state and federal at the same time, but I also know your board has taken action. You've sent letters on IHSS. We've done it on transportation. We've done it on secure rural schools. You have your, RCRC, NACO, and CSAC representatives, and you guys I know are engaged, in that too.
I don't want anybody to get the idea that I don't believe in the importance of these services, okay? But we've got a real budget that we have to deal with, and we've got a lot of responsibilities, and it's just we can't absorb that kind of thing.
Right. Well, I just kind of summarize this thing at the end, saying it does paint a very serious picture that is going to require focused attention and likely some painful decisions to resolve in the coming months. I am most concerned about in the near term, the general fund and the road fund. The road fund, I think we're doing all that we can do in the general fund. Again, I don't believe that the forecasted problem is going to be as large. Do I think we're going to have some significant work to do, primarily because of the non-recurring, fund balance? I do. But we will work the problem like we always do. Because of the lateness of this report, and because of the amount of dollars that we're talking about, again, the staff's recommendation is that your board direct that the acceptance of this forecast and a discussion of remedial budget actions for the remainder of this fiscal year and instructions for development of next year's budget be placed on the next board agenda. And by remedial action this year, do what we can to preserve as much fund balance as we can to start as well as we can in the next year, and then direction to help guide us. What are the things that the board will be interested in seeing as we start working on the next fiscal year budgets, and we'll start doing that. I do want the board just to know we're already in the process to build our budget models. The next few weeks are going to be a little resource deprived at different parts. We're going to have at times your budget coordinator, Ms. Riggs, is going to be gone for a few days. Somewhere in there, we've got Ms. Frem going to be gone for a few days, and I believe Mrs. Batista, I'm getting it good today, is going to be gone for a few days. But in the meantime, we're getting things in motion to start building those models and to start doing the work.
Cancel.
Excuse me?
Yeah, don't let them go.
Okay, you guys can't go. I know, Debbie, I can't tell you that.
Just charge them for the time off and put it in the general fund.
That's right.
There you go.
So, anyway, I wish this was a more cheery report, but I'm glad we do these forecasts because it does give us a foretelling of what's there and we get a jump on things.
So are there any more board comments? Is there any public comment? All right.
I'll move to accept.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Rutherford to accept, second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Did you get the staff guidance you needed?
Okay, well, I got
that was my question.
Okay, so this report's been accepted. We're not going to put off the acceptance of the report. You want me to come back at the next meeting? Yes, okay. Got it.
Yes.
So the action's just going to be on the direction of moving forward.
And is there consensus on the board to have the department heads kind of play really tight with the current budget to do what CAO Pedro said about getting as much fund balance going forward as they can?
I think they got that now, but I'll reinforce that.
And then the other piece on the ongoing revenues, Craig, you had already said that you were going to be really looking into why that reduction from departments that $1.5 million.
Right. We'll come back in the next meeting, but we'll be looking at how to preserve balance in this year and then looking at what we want to do in the next year as we build next year's budget.
All right. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 13?
This is consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing the submittal of a housing-related park program grant application.
Shanahan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. I'm Sheila Shanahan, Housing Program Coordinator. Is this the last item on the agenda?
No.
I'm holding people up. Well, you're probably wondering why your Housing Program Coordinator is coming before you today with a grant application for a park. This is a state housing and community development, HCD program called Housing Related Parks Program. It funds parks. It provides awards to communities that have allowed development of new affordable housing in their jurisdiction and have a housing element that's in compliance with state law, which we do. Funds can be used for capital improvements and new park development in the park, for any park, and the park isn't tied to an affordable housing development. It can be anywhere in the community. While the grant isn't competitive, there are substantial threshold requirements that need to be met in order to receive funds. And HCD will determine whether or not the county has met the threshold requirements when they review our application. So funds aren't guaranteed, and the county may be determined ineligible for funding. The funds are awarded for new construction and substantial rehabilitation of rental and for sale housing that are affordable to low-income households. So those are households earning at or below 80% of the median income. It's for units that are developed between 2010 and 2016. The grant application has a formula to determine how much a jurisdiction can receive. The funds are calculated on a per-bedroom basis, and there are bonus points awarded for items such as whether or not the units have increased levels of affordability, or infill projects, or in disadvantaged communities. There's a minimum grant award of $75,000, and a jurisdiction has to have sufficient affordable housing developed in that period of time to meet the threshold, which makes it difficult for rural areas to compete for these funds. And this is the first year that the county's been eligible to apply. Between 2010 and 2016, the county's first-time homebuyer program helped finance 17 homebuyers of newly constructed homes. We also have a first-time homebuyer program that assists people in existing homes as well, but this is a grant for additional housing. And those were at Sierra Meadows, Mountain Vista, and Habitat for Humanity's Parrot Ferry Village. The county also provided over $3.3 million in home funds to Tuolumne Apartments, as you probably remember, and that was 52 units of affordable housing. So these units combined allow the county to meet the requirements to apply for this grant. And the county also has a housing element that's in compliance with state law, and these two factors together make us eligible to compete for these funds. The idea is that this is a program to induce communities to allow affordable housing in their communities. The funding is geared towards newly constructed affordable rental complexes that have long-term affordability, 55 years or more. However, it does allow for for sale new construction, as long as there's a 20-year affordability and what they call substantially rehabilitated rental housing that has a long-term affordability, again, of 55 years or more. The funding is geared towards new construction, and we are applying for Tuolumne Apartments, which is what we consider substantial rehabilitation. And the grant application has a very narrow definition of substantial rehabilitation. The examples in the application to be counted for this grant are, for example, units that have been red tagged or demolished, which doesn't apply to Tuolumne Apartments, but it did undergo substantial rehabilitation of over $3 million, and it was desperately in need of renovation. So we're not sure whether or not that's going to be determined eligible. I did discuss it with state HCD and called around to other jurisdictions and put together an application that provides the best documentation we have, so that hopefully all of these units will count and will be eligible for a grant. The resolution that's in your packet is for an amount not to exceed $250,000. We applied for $206,700. The state HCD will determine the level of funding. They state in the grant application that if they're oversubscribed, they'll reduce the amount of funding, reduce the grant awards. And they also suggest that jurisdictions apply for more than they're eligible for, because they will review the applications, and if jurisdictions have met their regional housing needs in their housing element, they'll be awarded bonus points after the application. So we applied for an amount not to exceed $250,000, and we'll know in June whether or not we received the funds. So if funds are received, the CAO's office, which is in charge of Parks and Recreation for the county, has determined where the funds will be used at Standard Park. If that project doesn't go forward, the county would have the flexibility in the grant to select another eligible park project. And Daniel Richardson is here from the CAO's office, Deputy County Administrator. I didn't know if you wanted to maybe say a few words about the application.
Thank you, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. When we were approached about this possibility, Recreation Department was excited to add this to expand our recreational opportunities. Right now, as the board is aware, you've applied for a grant application of $1 million for the Standard Road Sports Complex, which will provide, if approved, the first dedicated soccer fields in this county. In reality, we should give credit to the Peaceful Oak Subdivision and Sierra Pacific Industries for dedicating land specifically for recreational development opportunities. This complex, the Standard Sports Complex, leverages a multitude of funding sources, which I think should bode well for a successful grant application. If we're able to leverage this grant with $1 million, we have the Sonora Area Foundation money. We have Tuolumne County Sports, Soccer Foundation. We have a lot of different funding sources coming together for this particular location. Right now, we get about approximately 100,000 people to visit Standard Park. This would be a similar size to Standard Park in terms of the amount of green space. So in essence, we'd be doubling the amount of green space in one central location in Tuolumne County. So we are excited for this opportunity. We can leverage efficiencies with maintenance equipment being right next door in Standard Park to help maintain this location. So that's from the recreational perspective.
I have one question on that, because I really support the Standard Sports Complex, but I also know there are other efforts that have been ongoing in the county. One is the playground out in Tuolumne that has been doing a tremendous amount of fundraising. Yes, Big Dreams. Thank you. And so I was just curious as to where maybe that park, if you weighed that in your evaluation, or if you considered it.
You know, I did discuss that with the head of the Big Dream Sports Complex, and there hasn't been a conclusion on her committing to moving to the site. They'd be excited to go wherever, is kind of what I heard, but they didn't say definitely we would be pleased to, we want to go to the Standard Park area.
I guess that wasn't my question. I wasn't asking if they were considering moving. I was asking if that park was considered for funding, for additional funding. Where in this process you chose Standard Park?
Oh, for
did
this.
Did you review?
Yes, we did. We looked at also Pioneer Park, Patterson Park, some other county parks that we maintain as potential. If this particular location is not funded, we do have other alternatives. If that was your question.
Well, Yeah, and just kind of how you got to a priority, because I think the Big Dreams Park is also a very worthy, needed facility in the county, and I think we've kind of, I think I have not followed them as closely as.
Yeah.
I think it's a need in the county, and they've done a tremendous amount of fundraising efforts, and when these opportunities come up, I hope we are considering all of those parks that we have that are needed.
Understood.
Supervisor Gray.
Yes, I think the idea of leveraging both grants together really makes sense. And the question I have is, if we get to 250,000, how long do we have to spend the money? I mean, is there a long time frame? Because thinking about if we get the million, the 250, or we're going to lose something before we get them all tied together.
I'll let Sheila answer that question. I do know that both this grant decision and the decision on the soccer grant are both, we're supposed to hear in June. So at least we'll hear at the same time. Now, in terms of time frame,
The application isn't specific, but generally that department, we would be entering into a standard agreement, and they're generally 3-year terms.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Rotifer, first by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Yeah, and we're going to skip item 15 for today, and so will the clerk please read item 16?
This is a closed session. Public Employee Appointment Authority, Government Code Section 54957B1, Veteran Service Officer, and conference with legal counsel, Anticipated Litigation Authority, Government Code Section 54956-9D2, and that's 2 cases.
Do we anticipate reporting out? All right. Is there any public comment? All right.